My name is Priscilla Rojas, and I'm the chair of the BPDA board. Thank you for joining the November 14th, 2024 Economic Development and Industrial Corporation of Boston board meeting. At this time, the Boston Planning and Development Agency is hosting public meetings in a hybrid setting for the health, safety, and accessibility of Boston residents. Hybrid means that our board meetings are conducted in person at City Hall in our boardroom on the 9th floor, and virtually via Zoom and Boston City TV. For more information and updates, visit bostonplans.org. The Open Public Meeting Law requires that I notify the public that this meeting is being recorded. Please be aware that an audio and visual recording of this meeting is being made and broadcast by Boston City TV, which is a part of the City of Boston Office of Cable Communications at Xfinity Channel 26, RCN Channel 13, and Verizon Fios Channel 962. It's also being live streamed at boston.gov/cable. For the record, if there is anyone in the audience who's recording this meeting, please kindly identify yourself now. Okay, seeing none. Thank you very much. To begin the meeting, I will take a roll call of members. Ms. Bennett.
Present.
Mr. Shepard.
Present.
Dr. Landsmark.
Present.
Mr. O'Malley.
Present.
And I am present, the chair. Okay. Before we get started on the first agenda item, on behalf of the board, I would like to welcome our new Chief of Planning, Kairos Shen, to his first meeting in this new role, although it's not by any means his first meeting at the board. Chief Shen previously worked in City Hall at a number of different roles in planning and design over the course of 2 decades under Mayor Menino and Mayor Walsh. Within that time, he had a hand in shaping the city's most pivotal planning initiatives and development projects during a period of substantial growth and investment in the city. For the last 2 years, he has continued to serve the city as a member of the Article 80 Modernization Steering Committee, advising our staff on how we reform the development review process. I'm very excited to welcome him in this role, and I know that his expertise will assist the planning department and all the residents of Boston. So, welcome.
Thank you.
Okay. First item on the agenda. Request authorization of the approval of the minutes of the October 10th, 2024 board meeting. A motion is in order.
So moved. Second.
Okay. Roll call for a vote. Ms. Bennett?
Aye.
Mr. Shepard?
Aye.
Dr. Landsmark?
Aye.
Mr. O'Malley?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. Motion passes. Item number 2. Request authorization to execute a memorandum of agreement within the City of Boston, acting by and through its Office of Economic Opportunity and Inclusion, authorizing the acceptance of $1,750,000 through the American Rescue Plan Act for the period of November 15th, 2024 through December 31st, 2026. Amina.
Thank you. Good evening. Thank you, Madam Chair, Madam Secretary, and members of the board. The EDIC is seeking authorization to enter into an MOA with the city to receive COVID relief funding. With these funds, the EDIC intends to provide a grant to the Boston Local Development Corp in the amount of $1.75 million. The BLDC will use these funds to support local, new, and existing small businesses with capacity building and city contracting opportunities and technical assistance. The BLDC will also use some of these funds to, of course, administer the grant programming. And accepting this grant will continue with the BLDC and Office of Economic Opportunity and Inclusion's mission to promote shared prosperity for residents and businesses by removing barriers to business growth, unlocking innovation in areas that create jobs, and advancing a sustainable growth-based strategy. Thank you for your consideration, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Do we have any questions or comments by the board? All right, hearing and seeing none, a motion is in order.
So moved. Second.
Roll call for a vote. Ms. Bennett?
Aye.
Mr. Shepard?
Aye.
Dr. Landsmark?
Aye.
Mr. O'Malley?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. Motion passes. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Item number 3, request authorization to issue a request for proposals for qualified vendors to participate in a trolley stop program within the Raymond L. Flynn Marine Park for a period of 3 years. Maureen.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board. I'm here to request authorization to advertise and issue a request for proposals for a trolley stop in the Raymond L. Flynn Marine Park. The BPDA owns and operates the Raymond L. Flynn Marine Park, which surrounds the Black Falcon Cruise Terminal. In 2024, the terminal accommodated 167 vessels, an approximate 15% increase over 2023, and more than 373 cruise passengers, also an approximate 20% increase over 2023. Beginning in 2009, BPDA has entered into annual license agreements with privately owned sightseeing tour companies to establish the non-exclusive use and operation of a trolley stop located near the cruise port. The trolley stop allows the participating tour companies to serve the considerable influx of City of Boston visitors associated with the cruise port's port-of-call cruise ship schedule. BPDA staff requested the clerk be authorized to advertise and issue a request for proposals to qualified vendors to participate in the trolley stop program. The term will extend for 3 years, for 2025, 2026, and 2027 for the cruise ship seasons, and will run from approximately April through November of each year, subject to the official Massachusetts Port Authority cruise ship schedule. In the RFP, 2 locations will be offered for 2 separate vendors. The minimum fee will be $13,500 for the first year. The proponent offering the highest fee will have a choice of which location is preferred. Thank you, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Any questions or comments from the board? Hearing and seeing none, a motion is in order.
So moved. Second.
Roll call for a vote. Ms. Bennett?
Aye.
Mr. Shepherd?
Aye.
Dr. Landsmark?
Aye.
Mr. O'Malley?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. Motion passes.
Thank you.
Thanks, Maureen. Item number 4, request authorization to amend the contract with Williamson Electric Company Incorporated to include the replacement of 1 dewatering pump at Dry Dock Number 4 in the Raymond L. Flynn Marine Park for a total contract amount not to exceed $153,454 during the initial 1-year term. Lauren?
Madam Chair, members of the board, it's good to see you all in person. Dry dock number 4 in the Raymond L. Flynn Marine Park has been deactivated and requires pumps to keep the water level low and ensure the caisson remains seated in a closed and upright position. The existing pumps are deteriorating and need to be replaced with similar maritime dewatering pumps. We currently have a contract with Williamson Electrical Company Incorporated, and in addition to their general maintenance expectations, they will provide all labor, materials, equipment, parts, machinery, and services necessary for the replacement of 1 pump. This contract is proposed to be amended to increase the value by $60,000, with a total contract value not to exceed $153,454 during the initial 1-year term. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Any questions or comments from the board? All right, hearing and seeing none, a motion is in order.
So moved. Second.
Roll call for a vote. Ms. Bennett?
Aye.
Mr. Shepherd?
Aye.
Dr. Landsmark?
Aye.
Mr. O'Malley?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. Motion passes. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, item number 5, personnel. Michael?
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board, Madam Secretary, and Director Shen. We have 3 items for your consideration on the EDIC agenda with exact details included in the board memos. First, we have 1 employee service contractor in the Office of General Counsel, Lisa Richardson. We have 1 co-op in the Research Department, Samara Shankar, and we have 1 out-of-state travel request. Thank you, and I'll answer any questions you may have.
Okay, thank you. Any questions or comments from the board? All right, hearing and seeing none, a motion is in order.
So moved. Second.
Roll call for a vote. Ms. Bennett?
Aye.
Mr. Shepherd?
Aye.
Dr. Landsmark?
Aye.
Mr. O'Malley?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. Motion passes. Thank you, Mike. And that was our last agenda item. So I now need a motion to adjourn this meeting.
So moved. Second.
Roll call for a vote. Ms. Bennett?
Aye.
Mr. Shepherd?
Aye.
Dr. Landsmark?
Aye.
Mr. O'Malley?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. Motion passes. Meeting adjourned. Item number, the whole other meeting, actually, we're going to. All right, so thank you for joining the November 14th, 2024 Boston Redevelopment Authority Board meeting. At this time, the Boston Planning and Development Agency is hosting public meetings in a hybrid setting for the health, safety, and accessibility of Boston residents. Hybrid means that our board meetings are conducted in person at City Hall in our boardroom on the 9th floor and virtually via Zoom and Boston City TV at the same time. For more information and updates, visit bostonplans.org. The Open Public Meeting Law requires that I notify the public that this meeting is being recorded. Please be aware that an audio and visual recording of this meeting is being made and broadcast by Boston City TV, which is a part of the City of Boston Office of Cable Communications at Xfinity Channel 26, RCN Channel 13, and Verizon Fios Channel 962. It's also being live streamed at boston.gov/cable. Again, if there is anyone in the audience who is recording this meeting, please kindly identify yourself now. Okay, seeing none. To begin this meeting, I will take a roll call for, Ms. Bennett.
Present.
Dr. Landsmark.
Present.
Mr. Shepherd.
Present.
Mr. O'Malley.
Present.
And I, Priscilla Rojas, am present. Item number 1, request authorization for the approval of the minutes of the October 10th, 2024 board meeting.
So moved. Second.
Roll call for a vote. Ms. Bennett.
Aye.
Dr. Landsmark.
Aye.
Mr. Shepherd.
Aye.
Mr. O'Malley.
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. Motion passes. Item number 2, request authorization to schedule a public hearing on December 12th, 2024 at 5:30 PM or at a date and time to be determined by the director to consider the proposed notice of project change for the development project located at 246 through 248 Dorchester Avenue in South Boston. Motion is in order.
So moved. Second.
Roll call for a vote. Ms. Bennett.
Aye.
Dr. Landsmark.
Aye.
Mr. Shepherd.
Aye.
Mr. O'Malley.
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. Motion passes. Item number 3, request authorization to schedule a public hearing on December 12th, 2024 at 5:40 PM or at a date and time to be determined by the director to consider the 8th Amendment to the Master Plan for Planned Development Area number 69, South Boston, the 100 acres, and the development plan for 259 through 269 Summer Street within the Planned Development Area number 69, South Boston, the 100 acres in the Fort Point neighborhood. A motion is in order.
So moved. Second.
Roll call for a vote. Ms. Bennett.
Aye.
Dr. Landsmark.
Aye.
Mr. Shepherd.
Aye.
Mr. O'Malley.
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. Motion passes. Item number 4, request authorization to schedule a public hearing on December 12th, 2024 at 5:50 PM or at a date and time to be determined by the director to consider the proposed development plan for Planned Development Area number 155 located at 250 Everett Street in Brighton. A motion is in order.
So moved.
Second.
Second.
Roll call for a vote. Ms. Bennett.
Aye.
Dr. Landsmark.
Aye.
Mr. Shepherd.
Aye.
Mr. O'Malley.
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. Motion passes. Item number 5, request authorization to amend the lease agreement with East Cambridge Company for Building 79 and 96 in the Charlestown Navy Yard and to extend the termination date to December 31st, 2094. Dennis.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Buildings 79 and Building 96 are in the Charlestown Navy Yard. They're connected buildings. They combine total approximately 25,000 square feet. Since 1997, the buildings were leased to Alexandria Real Estate, which were part of their impressive portfolio. Until 2023, Alexandria leased the buildings to Mass General Hospital, who utilized it as a back office space. In 2023, Alexandria put the leases on the market, and a company, East Cambridge LLC, purchased the now vacant buildings, or the lease for them, from Alexandria in December of 2023. The existing leases expire in 2053 and 2055 respectively. Since 2023, BPDA and East Cambridge have been negotiating the terms and conditions of an extension of the lease term through 2094. The biggest challenge in the negotiations was the precarious condition of the life science market, which was their original plan was to repurpose the building for life science. In 2021, lab vacancies were below 2% in Greater Boston. They now exceed 24%. It'll take several years for the existing supply of speculative lab to be absorbed. Regionally, over 10 million square feet of built lab space are on the market, either direct lease or sublease. The office market also remains quite soft, as we all know. The current rent payable to BPDA under the current lease is $24,000 per year, or just under $1 a square foot. East Cambridge needs to be creative, at least in the short term, on new tenancies, given the status of life science and the office markets. Staff's recommending, and East Cambridge has agreed to pay to the planning department the higher of $3 per square foot for the base buildings, or 5% of the gross rents received. The 3% base rent will increase annually by 3%, and East Cambridge may further opt to extend the lease through for an addition through 21-23 for an additional upfront fee of $130,000. Next year's guaranteed annual rent will increase by over 200%. The total value of the guaranteed rent over the life of the lease will exceed by over 400%. We believe that the base rent approach is fair and gives both East Cambridge and BPDA the opportunity to share in any future upside by virtue of the 5% of gross receipts, the 5% of the gross receipt rent option. So we recommending here today that we agree to amend the lease with East Cambridge LLC under those terms.
Any questions or comments from the board? So I guess what is our additional exposure related to kind of buildings that we have where life sciences is going to be
That is something that we'll,
impacted, right?
that's something that we're working on now. Our biggest challenge isn't the built buildings, it's the land. We have several land leases with developers for life science that have not broken ground that are now in some precarious position that we will I suspect we'll be renegotiating. Right now, the market, the lab market is so lucrative, and it's going to rebound, in my opinion. It's going to rebound in Boston before it rebounds in the suburbs. So I think in the short term, the developer is going to ride it out. And they won't repurpose the buildings because they have such debt on them now that they really can't afford to repurpose them because they won't be able to generate enough rent to pay their mortgage.
Additional questions or comments? Hearing and seeing none, motion is in order.
So moved. Second.
Roll call for a vote. Ms. Bennett?
Aye.
Mr. Shepherd?
Aye.
Dr. Lansmore?
Aye.
Mr. O'Malley?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. Motion passes unanimously.
Thank you.
Item number 6, request authorization to enter into a lease agreement with the Lighthouse Electrical Contracting Corporation for 2 Boylston Street, Suite 104 for a period of 1 year, commencing November 1st, 2024 and expiring October 31st, 2025. Liz?
Thank you, Madam Chair and members of the board. I am here today to request authorization to enter into a 1-year lease agreement between Lighthouse Electrical Contracting, Inc. and Boston Planning and Development Agency for the use of Suite 104 located at 2 Boylston Street in Boston. 2 Boylston Street, also known as the China Trade Center, was built in 1887. It is a designated Boston landmark and it is listed in the National Register of Historic Places. In 1993, the BRA purchased this 80,000 square foot, 6 floors, Class B office building, and it serves as a symbol of the city of Boston's commitment to revitalize Boston's Midtown and Chinatown area. Lighthouse Electrical Contracting, Inc., whom I'll reference as LEC moving forward, is a leading electrical construction company specializing in electrical and renewable energy projects for commercial, educational, pharmaceutical, and healthcare facilities. LEC was hired as part of the construction team for the renovation and development of the St. Francis House building located in downtown Boston, adjacent to the China Trade Center. LEC is seeking to lease office space to manage their daily operations for this project. The tentative lease terms will be for 1 year, commencing on November 1st, 2024, and expire on October 31st, 2025. Included in their terms will be an option to extend for up to 2 consecutive 6-month terms with a 30-day written notice to terminate. BPDA staff conducted an analysis of the Chinatown Midtown Class B office market and determined that LEC will pay the prevailing market rate of $40 per square foot for Suite 104, which has a total area of 150 square feet. Over the term of the 1-year lease, BPDA will receive $6,000 in fixed rent. That is all for my presentation. Thank you, and I'm here to answer any questions you may have.
Any questions or comments from here? Any question? Yes, thank you. Any questions or comments from the board? Hearing and seeing none, a motion is in order.
So moved. Second.
Ms. Bennett?
Aye.
Mr. Shepherd?
Aye.
Dr. Lansmark?
Aye.
Mr. O'Malley?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. Motion passes. Thanks, Liz. And before we move on to item number 7, I would like to take out of turn Councilor Durkin and Councilor Santana to give remarks. The floor is yours.
Thank you so much, Chair Rojas, and thank you to the board. It's nice to be here for the first hybrid meeting. I am speaking in opposition to the Notice of Project Change, item number 26, and the project proposed at 80 to 100 Smith Street. My commitment to building housing in the city is unmatched. You've watched me the past year read letter after letter of support for transformative projects that shape our city's future, which must include lots and lots of housing. For me to stand here in opposition of this project pains me, but there are still issues we must address. As City Councilor for District 8, my office, along with Mission Main Tenant Task Force, hosted a meeting in the community July 10th of this year to discuss the proposal at 80 to 100 Smith Street, formerly St. Alphonsus Hall, and the convent prior to demolition. Unfortunately, I couldn't attend the meeting because that morning I tested positive for COVID, but around 60 residents and neighbors gathered at the Willie Pearl Community Room to offer their feedback on the proposal. The comments in opposition were nearly unanimous. The developer communicated early that they did not want to participate in the conversation, and we struggled to get critical mass of planning department employees there as well, including the project manager. It felt extremely disrespectful to the community that there was little city buy-in to a meeting we attempted to organize in partnership with all stakeholders, and it's one of the many reasons I am in the position and taking the position I am today. Real engagement takes time, resources, and proactive outreach of the proponent, none of which had been present in the neighborhood during my time representing Mission Hill on this project. In addition to the community, IAG members wrote unanimous letters of opposition, stating many factors as to why they were opposed, and they never received a response. This disrespect for members of the community who spent hours reviewing the project includes the nature of the announcements appearing on the November agenda. Many of those community members are here tonight. Much of the opposition heard at that meeting was based on the attitude that the developer had towards the community, including important leaders such as Ms. Willie Pearl of the Mission Main Tenant Task Force. A lot of us were there when the building was affixed with her name last year. The mayor unveiled, this is an important community leader who felt disrespected in this process. We did, during this process, get speed humps that she had asked for, and there's 100K I know that has been agreed to during this process. But she did recount how her initial meetings were misconstrued. The initial meetings she took with the developer were misconstrued as support for a project that she hadn't even seen yet. This was accompanied by many accounts about a previous Article 80 process, which equally excluded members of the community. The history of this project spans over 10 years, with residents engaging with the developer in many unproductive avenues. It is clear that the personal interest of one stakeholder should not override the need for appropriate mitigation that benefits the broader community. We are uncertain what agreement led to the support of the Redemptorist Fathers of New York on this project, but it's a move that can only be described as undermining the community's voice. It raises question to whether this support was driven out of a legal obligation or pressure rather than a genuine desire to advocate for the needs of the community. Another reason why I oppose this project is the benefits do not go far enough to mitigate the impact of this project will have on abutters and the neighborhood as a whole. A one-time payment to Mission Main is just the cost of doing business and doesn't address the real issues that have been and will be produced as a result of this process. The IDP commitment is just 15% of units is insufficient for a project of this size. BHA has outlined in their letter, provided by Administrator Kenzie Bach, that these issues are not insurmountable, but they need time and attention. So today, I'm not asking for you to vote down this project, but I am asking you to table. I think it would go a long way to give us another month or 2 or 3 or however long it takes to hammer out an agreement with the community that makes sense, and I appreciate all of your time today. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Durkin. Floor is yours.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and members of the board. I will not repeat everything that Councilor Durkin just said, but I just wanted to go on the record of supporting her letter of opposition here. And I just want to highlight, again, I know she mentioned the IDP being at 15%, and I believe also I'm someone who grew up in Mission Hill, deeply care about this neighborhood, and as an at-large city councilor right now, representing all of Boston, I see the business happening at different neighborhoods, and I know here in the room we have community advocates, community leaders who have been fighting for Mission Hill, for affordable housing in Mission Hill, and I believe that this project not only meets the affordable housing criteria that we're looking for, but also the community benefits that Councilor Durkin mentioned. And I believe that Mission Main has been, alongside with Willie Pearl, who is a tremendous leader, not just in the Mission Hill community, but here in the city of Boston. They deserve the respect and the dignity that we all are striving for. And I just wanted to go double down on Councilor Durkin's letter of opposition for this project. Really appreciate all of your time this afternoon. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Santana and Councilor Durkin. We appreciate your attendance and your input. Any other elected officials? No? Okay. We're going to move to item number 7. Request authorization to extend the final designation status of Windale Developers Incorporated as developers of 12 Boston Redevelopment Authority-owned parcels in the Washington Park Urban Renewal Area, project number Mass R-24, located at 0, 71, 73, 74, 76, 78, and 80 Holworthy Street, and 29, 31, 41, 57, and 59 Hollander Street through April 30th, 2025, and to take all related actions. Natalie.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board. The Holworthy Hollander disposition site consists of 12 BPDA-owned parcels comprising of 75,000 square feet of vacant land in the Washington Park Urban Renewal Area in Roxbury. The request for proposals for this property was developed in a collaboration with the Mayor's Office of Housing, offering residential land for redevelopment in the Garrison Trotter community through MOH's Neighborhood Homes Initiative program. The proponent has agreed to develop approximately 32,000 gross square feet of new residential space consisting of 3 single-family homes, 8 side-by-side townhomes, and 2 two-family homes. Of the 23 units, 16 will be for affordable home ownership, 5 market rate, and 2 will be market rate rental units. The affordable homes are evenly distributed between 80% and 100% area median income. Since being granted final designation, the developer has completed all requirements, including approvals for the discontinuance of streets, the widening and relocation of Harold Street, and the finalization of Article 80 zoning approval. During the next expansion period, the developer will execute the LDA and deed, finalize the construction loan agreement, and close on all other project financing. Therefore, we are requesting the board grant final designation extension to Windale Developers for the redevelopment of Holworthy Hollander parcels. Thank you, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Okay, thank you. Any questions or comments from the board? Right, hearing and seeing none, a motion is in order.
So moved. Second.
Roll call for a vote. Ms. Bennett?
Aye.
Mr. Shepherd?
Aye.
Dr. Landsmark?
Aye.
Mr. O'Malley?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. Motion passes. Thank you.
Thank you.
Item number 8, request authorization to extend the tentative designation status of Trinity Financial for 12 months until November 30th, 2025 for the long-term lease and redevelopment of the Austin Street parking lots, parcel P-15B in the Charlestown Urban Renewal Area, project number Mass R-55, located at 0 Austin Street, parcel ID 0203963050, and 0 Rutherford Avenue, parcel ID 0203964000, and to take all related actions. Natalie.
Thank you again, Madam Chair, members of the board. The Austin Street parking lots, commonly referred to as the Bunker Hill Community College parking lots, consist of 2 large parking lots located at the southwest section of Charlestown. The parking lots are adjacent to Bunker Hill Community College and are currently being utilized by the students. The property was identified as an underutilized site that could address some of Boston's most urgent needs in the public land for public good citywide land audit. In May 2023, an RFP was released for the redevelopment of the Austin Street parking lots, with development guidelines that were centered around the creation of affordable housing, open space, pedestrian bike connections, public realm contributions, retail, ground floor activation, artist space, and transit-oriented development. The board awarded tentative designation in November 2023 to Trinity Financial for its creation for affordable housing, strategic phasing, compelling building design and open space, accomplished experience, and strong diversity, equity, and inclusion plan. The proposal includes 100 BHA Section 8 project-based vouchers and complies with 60% of all units being affordable. There will be about 20,000 square feet of retail, 2 public open spaces that include sports fields and landscape greens for public gatherings. Additionally, the Trinity team has integrated diversity, equity, and inclusion into every phase of the development within their proposal. During the last tentative designation, Trinity completed the necessary due diligence, filed an LOI and PNF with the BPDA, and held ongoing design conversation with abutters. During the next tentative designation extension period, Trinity intends to complete Article 80 large project review, submit a PDA, conduct BCDC reviews, and prepare to submit the EENF for MIPA. Therefore, staff recommends extending the tentative designation for an additional 12 months. Thank you, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Any questions or comments from the board? Hearing and seeing none, a motion is in order.
So moved. Second.
Roll call for a vote. Ms. Bennett? Aye. Mr. Shepherd?
Aye.
Dr. Landsmark?
Aye.
Mr. O'Malley?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. Motion passes. Thanks, Natalie.
Thank you.
All right, item number 9, request authorization to issue a request for proposals for qualified vendors to participate in a downtown waterfront trolley kiosk program commencing April 1st, 2025, and expiring March 31st, 2026, with 2 one-year renewal options. Walter.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm here to request authorization to advertise for and issue an RFP for the 5 kiosks located along Long and Central Wharf. The downtown waterfront area is one of the most popular tourist destinations in the city. Attractions like the New England Aquarium, whale watching, party cruises, and several dining and open space areas bring tourists and residents alike to the area. The waterfront kiosk program has long been a valuable partner to local businesses, such as trolley tour providers and merchandise vendors, who in turn support the city's tourism and local economy, all while generating revenue for the city. The 5 kiosks each have active licenses that expire in March of 2025. As such, we are requesting authorization for the planning department staff to advertise for and issue an RFP for potential kiosks vendors for the upcoming tourist season. The expected terms of the awarded licenses will be for the 2025 tourist season, which will be from April 1st, 2025 through March 31st, 2026. The minimum annual license fee specified in the RFP will be $5,250 per kiosk per month. Thank you, Madam Chair and members of the board, and I'm happy to take any questions you might have.
Thank you. Any questions or comments from the board?
Just one, Madam Chair, I'm just curious, has the monthly fee grown since the last RFP?
It was $5,000 for the previous season.
So it's 520, 52, 50 now?
Yep, $5,250.
Perfect, thank you, thanks.
Okay, thank you. Any additional questions or comments? Hearing and seeing none, a motion is in order.
So moved. Second.
Roll call for a vote. Ms. Bennett? Aye. Mr. Shepherd?
Aye.
Dr. Landsmark?
Aye.
Mr. O'Malley?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. Motion passes. Thanks, Walter.
Thank you.
Okay, item number 10, request authorization to amend the contract with Casablanca Services Incorporated in the amount of $25,000 for downtown waterfront landscape and maintenance services at Boston Redevelopment Authority-owned properties for the current contract term expiring February 11th, 2025. Lauren.
Madam Chair, members of the board. On November 18th, 2021, the board authorized the director to enter into a 2-year contract with 3 one-year extension options with Casablanca Services in an amount not to exceed $80,000 per year. The initial term of this contract commenced on February 11th, 2022, and the contract has been extended through option terms with the now expiration date of February 11th, 2025. Due to higher than anticipated visitor attendance this past season and ongoing NBTA and BPDA construction projects at Long Wharf, trash removal and cleaning along the downtown waterfront needed to be increased in order to maintain public safety along the harbor. As such, staff is asking to amend the current Casablanca service contract by a total of $25,000. The total cost of the amended contract is not expected to exceed $105,000 for the current term, which again will end in February. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Great, thank you, Lauren. Any questions or comments from the board? All right, hearing and seeing none, a motion is in order.
So moved. Second.
Roll call for a vote. Ms. Bennett? Aye. Mr. Shepherd?
Aye.
Dr. Landsmark?
Aye.
Oh, I didn't have my microphone on, sorry. That's fine, right? Okay. Mr. O'Malley?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. Motion passes. Thank you.
Thank you.
Item number 11, request authorization to adopt a minor modification to the Washington Park Urban Renewal Area, project number Mass R-24. Plan to establish parcel S12B at 16 through 20 Townsend Street and parcel S-12C at 48 Townsend Street and permit their use for public open space. Max.
Thank you. Thank you and good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the board, Madam Secretary, and Director Shen. My name is Max Houghton. I'm a policy specialist in the Director's Office. Great to meet all of you. This is my first board meeting. As stated, before you is a request to adopt a minor modification to the Washington Park Urban Renewal Plan regarding parcels S12B and S12C. These are 2 BPDA-owned vacant parcels abutting Townsend Street in Roxbury, totaling approximately 29,000 square feet. Tentative designation for these parcels was approved and awarded to the Garrison Trotter Neighborhood Association on May 16, 2024 for the creation, respectively, of an urban wild gathering space and community garden. In order to ensure a clean disposition consistent with the urban renewal plan, today's request is to formally amend the Washington Park Urban Renewal Plan to create parcels S12B and S12C for public open space uses. I'm here for any questions. Thank you.
Any questions or comments from the board? Hearing and seeing none, a motion is in order.
So moved. Second.
Roll call for a vote. Ms. Bennett?
Aye.
Mr. Shepherd?
Aye.
Dr. Landsmark?
Aye.
Mr. O'Malley?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. Motion passes. Great first presentation. How about you stick around for another one? Maybe two? Okay. Request authorization to issue an amended and restated land disposition agreement in connection with parcel ID 0203796020, also known as parcel R-56B, in the Charlestown Urban Renewal Area. Project number Mass R-55, located at 15 Rear Union Street, pursuant to the land disposition agreement by and between the Boston Redevelopment Authority, doing business as the Boston Planning and Development Agency, and Daniel P. Gibbons and Michelle Gibbons, dated December 9th, 2009, and amended April 16th, 2015. Max.
Thank you again, Madam Chair, members of the board. As stated before you is a request authorizing the director to enter into an amended and restated land disposition agreement in connection with parcel R56B, located at 56 Rear Union Street in the Charlestown Urban Renewal Plan. The existing land disposition agreement, approved by the board on November 17, 2009, states that the property is to be utilized as 2 residential condominium units. The amendment to said land disposition agreement, authorized by the board on October 9, 2015, amends that use to, quote, a 2-family dwelling. The owner now intends to maintain the uses in the current LDA, but amend the transfer language in section 401A. A minor modification is not necessary at this time, as there is no change in use on the property. Thank you again for your time and consideration. I'm available for any questions.
Okay. Any questions or comments from the board? Hearing and seeing none, a motion is in order.
So moved. Second.
Roll call for a vote. Ms. Bennett?
Aye.
Mr. Shepherd?
Aye.
Dr. Landsmark?
Aye.
Mr. O'Malley?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. Motion passes. Item number 13,
Madam
request.
Chair, I'm going to just recuse.
Oh, yes. Thank you. Okay. Item number 13, request authorization to issue a certification of completion for the successful completion of the improvements on parcel 2A and 2B in the South End Urban Renewal Area, project number Mass R-56, located at 440 through 450 Tremont Street, pursuant to section 304 of the land disposition agreement by and between the Boston Redevelopment Authority, doing business as the Boston Planning and Development Agency, and the Boston Housing Authority, dated March 10th, 1965. Max.
Thank you again. As stated, before you is a request to issue a certificate of completion for the Eva White Apartments, located at 440 to 450 Tremont Street in the South End, within the South End Urban Renewal Plan. Based on the land disposition agreement dated March 15, 1966, this property is to be used for housing for the elderly. The Eva White Apartments are owned and managed by the Boston Housing Authority, who have requested that the BRA issues a certificate of completion certifying that all improvements on the property have been completed in accordance with said LDA. I visited the property on October 23, 2024, and found that the subject property was constructed according to the approved plans, as described in the aforementioned land disposition agreement, namely that the property is serving as elderly housing. Thank you for your time. I'm available for any questions.
Great, thank you. Any questions or comments from the board? Right, hearing and seeing none, a motion is in order.
So moved. Second.
Roll call for a vote. Mr. Shepherd?
Aye.
Dr. Landsmark?
Aye.
Mr. O'Malley?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. Motion passes. There we go. Okay. Item number 13. Let me wait till. Oh, item number 14, actually. I did 13. Okay. Item number 14, report on Zoning Board of Appeal recommendations between July 2024 and September 2024. Rachel.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board, Director Shun, and Secretary Polimis. My name is Rachel Elmkes, and I'm a planner here on the zoning reform team. And I'm going to be presenting our quarterly report for the Zoning Board of Appeal. And for some quick context for those listening in or for those who don't deal with this every day, the Zoning Board of Appeal, or the ZBA, is a quasi-judicial body of 7 members appointed by the mayor that hear requests for zoning relief here in the city. So even though the ZBA is housed in the Inspectional Services Department, the Planning Department makes non-binding recommendations to them. So previously, the board had asked the planning staff to come and present about trends that they identify in planning recommendations and in ZBA cases. So it also fits in with the zoning reform team's broader work to update and modernize the code so that it acts more as a regulatory tool and also to ultimately reduce our reliance on the variance process at the ZBA. Now, if you are hungry to read our full recommendation letters, those are online. You can head over to bostonplans.org, click on the zoning heading, then click on Zoning Board of Appeal, and go ahead and scroll all the way down. Next slide, please. Okay, so jumping right in, high level. This quarter, we did see a reduction in the number of planning recommendations that were being written. So we had 205 last quarter, and this quarter we had 145. So just over half were recommended for approval, and this is part of a larger trend that we've been seeing over the past 9 months. So 2 quarters ago, the cases, 2 quarters ago, 36% of the recommendations that we wrote recommended approval. 1 quarter ago, it was 45%, and this quarter, we're up to 55%. Next slide, please. So as with the planning department recommendations, the ZBA hearing results follow a similar track where we're seeing just over half as an approval decision. So second to that was approval with provisos. That could also be understood as a conditional approval. So that was the second most common option here. Design review is the most common proviso decision, and that was recommended for about 3 out of every 4 cases. We saw a pretty significant jump in that this quarter. It's up by 25%. And as in last quarter, the most common difference between the planning recommendations and the ZBA decisions was that the planning recommendations were more likely to be approval with provisos, where the ZBA was approval alone. You know, we can hypothesize about why that is. I think sort of a more common idea that we have is that in general, the ZBA is agreeing with the planning department recommendations and the provisos that we're putting on each of the recommendations. Next slide, please. So drilling down into some of the individual neighborhood districts, we wanted to look at the average violations per case. So we are seeing that the mean violations per case is decreasing in about 60% of the zoning districts that have a recommendation both for Q1 in 2023 and Q1 in 2024, because that's what we're currently able to compare given the amount, the number of reports that we have so far. So I do want to point out 2 neighborhood district specific items here. So first we have the East Boston Neighborhood District, and as we've discussed in previous reports, this is really a district that's seen both a high number of average violations per case and also just a high volume of ZBA cases compared to other neighborhood districts. And compared to the same quarter last year, so 2023, we are seeing a decrease in 1 violation per case, and average violations per case are now the lowest for this neighborhood district since we began these reports post-rezoning. On the other hand, our analysis has also identified an increase in average violations per case in the Greater Mattapan Neighborhood Zoning District. Given the backlog in cases and the fact that many of the recent changes did not impact the entire zoning district, we want to really continue to track this trend to understand what's behind it and if it continues. And we think the best way to do that is going to be to look at the year-over-year trends. So that's sort of what's next on the list for us. Next slide, please. Great. So overall, big takeaways, the number of recommendations that we're writing has gone down over the last quarter. And I also want to take a moment to touch on double approvals. You all may or may not remember that double approval cases are what we like to see. It's when everyone agrees. So the planning department agrees that this case should move forward. They make a recommendation for approval. And the ZBA agrees and they issue a decision of approval. So in an ideal world, we do want to see more congruency in that area. And we saw a slight jump in that. So from 40% of double approval cases last quarter to 42%. Again, this is small, but it indicates that we're getting closer to being on the same page. Another metric that we have been looking at is the average number of days between submission and hearing date for ZBA cases. And the reason we like to look at that is that we understand that there's a significant time and money cost that comes to waiting to get your hearing date and getting a decision. So this average number of days did increase, unfortunately, between September 2023 and September 2024, from 162 days to 189 days. However, there is an indication that this trend is beginning to turn because when we look at the quarter as a whole, 2 of the last 3 months have seen marked improvements in waiting time, on average between submission and hearing dates. So a case filed in July 2024 took 36 days less on average to get to a hearing, and cases filed in August 2024 took 79 days less on average to be heard compared to August of last year. So we do see that as a positive indicator. Next slide, please. And that's going to conclude my presentation. Thank you all so much for listening. It was very, very cool to see you in person. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Do we have questions or comments from the board? Well, I just want to commend your work and the team's work on preparing this analysis and presenting these results quarterly. I think it really does a lot to kind of elevate and work on a relationship between departments, but also be able to see, I think over time, we're not necessarily there yet, but as we go through each squares and streets and to really get a sense of what's a true zoning variance and be able to tie that to be able to assess that for appropriateness as we go through these things. So just really appreciative of the work and your willingness to prepare this report.
Thank you so much, Chair Rojas. I appreciate it.
Okay. Additional questions or comments? This is just a presentation, so there's no need for a vote, but thank you. Okay. Item number 15, request authorization to petition the Zoning Commission to adopt a text amendment to Article 50, Roxbury Neighborhood District, and a map amendment to zoning maps 6A, 6B, 6C to expand the New Market Industrial Development Area and to make the Boston Water and Sewer Commission parking lots in the Nubian Square area of Roxbury eligible for planned development areas. Ella.
Good afternoon, Chair Rojas, Secretary Polimas, members of the board, and Director Shen. My name is Ella Wise, and I'm a senior planner on the planning review team. The proposal before you includes amendments to the Article 50 Roxbury Neighborhood District and zoning map 6A, 6B, 6C. The purpose of the zoning amendments is to enable the redevelopment of the Boston Water and Sewer Commission parking lots as envisioned in the RFP for the site. Next slide, please. The 5 Boston Water and Sewer Commission lots are publicly owned and total approximately 4.5 acres. As shown here, they're located north of Melnia Cass Boulevard and east of Washington Street and are currently used for surface parking. Next slide. The proposed amendments are the next step in a thoughtful process of redevelopment that started more than a year and a half ago. The first step on the left was the disposition of public land for public good. The BPDA held 5 community meetings to inform the request for proposals, or RFP, which was released in December of last year. In response to the RFP, the BPDA received 2 proposals and held 3 meetings with the Community-Based Project Review Committee and a public meeting to select a proposal. Moving right, the proposal includes a mix of homeownership and rental units, some retail and community space, as well as significant open space. The proposal for the lots includes multiple phases of development. In order to leverage federal funding to create affordable homeownership units, Phase 1 was prioritized and approved by this board last month. The proposed zoning before you enables a cohesive approach to designing and building future phases. Future phases, notably, will also undergo additional city and public review as part of the Article 80 process. Next slide. In terms of planning context, the RFP identified several development objectives, including consistency with the Roxbury Strategic Master Plan, Plan Nubian Square, and other principles you can see listed here, including creation of affordable housing and creation of public or open space. Next slide. Okay, so the existing zoning of the site is shown here. The blue color identifies the 5 parking lots. It's pretty washed out on this screen, but all of the parcels are within the Article 50 Roxbury Neighborhood Zoning District. So the black line shows the boundary between the multifamily residential subdistrict and the Newmarket Industrial Development Area, or IDA subdistrict. As you can see, most of the parking lots are within the Newmarket IDA. The northernmost parking lot and a portion of the westernmost is within multifamily. Next slide. So the proposed zoning will make the 5 parking lots eligible for planned development areas, or PDAs. There are 2 parts of the zoning amendment. So first, at the top left, one is to move the zoning subdistrict line of the Newmarket IDA to encompass all of the lots. And then second is to make the lots eligible for PDAs and to set PDA guidelines. As a reminder, as you all know, a PDA is a zoning overlay district that establishes zoning use and dimensional controls for large or complex projects. PDAs are a useful tool when a project is well suited to its location, but cannot be accommodated by the base zoning for the area. Next slide. So as noted, the proposed PDA eligibility will have guidelines. And here's an image of the actual part of the actual zoning amendment. There are several areas in Roxbury that are eligible for PDAs, as you can see here. Each has a maximum building height and maximum FAR, FAR being floor area ratio. That's a tool to regulate density. The green text shows what we propose to add to the zoning code. Basically, any PDA on these lots will have a maximum building height of 125 feet and a maximum lot coverage of 70%. The proposed height is based on the height in the RFP, and the proposed lot coverage is based on the RFP development objectives you saw for open space. So why lot coverage instead of FAR? FAR is a measure of density, but does not affect how the density is designed or the footprint of the building. So lot coverage, on the other hand, is a measure of how much a building covers. So it's a better tool than FAR to ensuring open space, one of those objectives. Next slide, please. This zoning amendment will provide a balance of flexibility and guidance to ensure that development can deliver on the requirements of the RFP, while also the development can respond to city staff and public feedback throughout the Article 80 development review process. PDAs are also the same zoning tool used to implement Plan Nubian and the Mayor's Office of Housing's Boston Housing Strategy plans for other publicly owned land in the vicinity. And finally, PDAs allow for a comprehensive approach to design and construction of the full set of parking lots. Next slide. The public process leading to the proposed amendments have included a 30-day comment period, a virtual public meeting, and 2 virtual office hours. With that, I'll open it up to questions or comments. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Questions or comments from the board?
Madam Chair, not so much, I'm obviously supportive of this petition. I had a process question. On one of the earlier slides, it showed the lot, half of which was in the multifamily jurisdiction, the other in the Newmarket. When you have a situation like that, does that mean you can build up until the lot line, or does it basically contaminate the entire lot that's existing?
Both zoning districts would apply to
For the
development
entire
on that parcel.
For the entire parcel, or just up until the border that currently exists?
To the entire parcel, I believe, unless anyone wants to correct me.
Ted Schwartzberg, Assistant Deputy Director for Planning Review, it would go with the land, and in this case, they're planning a building that would be on both parts, and so I think what Ella meant is since it's one building, if it were not for this change, then they would have to follow the zoning for the whole thing to cover both parts of the building. And in this instance, they want to introduce, or we also recommend introducing a PDA overlay. And the PDA overlay would ideally cover the whole site. And we couldn't do a PDA overlay just for half of the parcel.
Sure. No, that's precisely my point. That's helpful. I think it underscores the need, why this is needed because of the confusion and sort of the just inability for any development whatsoever when you've got that. So I appreciate that work. Thank you.
Great. Additional questions or comments? I do just want to say I'm a fan of the switching from lot coverage percentage to the FAR. I think that makes it makes a lot of sense and also uses language and concepts I think that are accessible, non like acronym and stuff to be able to discuss these in the public and be clearly understood what that means and what our objectives are with lot coverage. So I appreciate that. Any additional questions or comments? Hearing and seeing none, motion is in order.
So moved. Second.
Roll call for a vote. Ms. Bennett?
Aye.
Mr. Shepherd?
Aye.
Dr. Landsmark?
Aye.
Mr. O'Malley?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. Motion passes. Thank you, Ella. Okay, item number 16, request authorization to issue a certificate of completion for the successful completion of 420 Rutherford Avenue project in Charlestown, pursuant to the cooperation agreement by and between the Boston Redevelopment Authority, doing business as the Boston Planning and Development Agency, and RREF 3, the Town Portfolio LLC, dated January 12th, 2023. Zoe.
Good evening. There's no presentation for the certificate.
This is a certificate of completion. Yes, so there is no presentation. A motion is in order, though.
So moved. Second.
Roll call for a vote. Ms. Bennett?
Aye.
Mr. Shepherd?
Aye.
Dr. Landsmark?
Aye.
Mr. O'Malley?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. Motion passes. Thank you. Item number 17, request authorization to issue a partial certificate of completion for the successful completion of construction of Building 3 within the Willow Baker Development Project located at 16 Baker Court in the Dorchester neighborhood, pursuant to Section C4 of the Cooperation Agreement by and between the Boston Redevelopment Authority, doing business as the Boston Planning and Development Agency, and Willow Baker LLC, dated March 17th, 2022. Sarah, this is a no presentation, so motion is in order.
So moved. Second.
Roll call for a vote. Ms. Bennett?
Aye.
Mr. Shepherd?
Aye.
Dr. Landsmark?
Aye.
Mr. O'Malley?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. Motion passes. Thanks, Sarah. Item number 18, request authorization to issue a certification of approval pursuant to Article 80E Small Project Review of the Zoning Code for the proposed construction of 49 affordable age and income restricted residential rental units, 15 car parking spaces and 28 bicycle parking spaces located at 279 through 283 North Harvard Street, and to enter into an affordable rental housing agreement and restriction, and to enter into a community benefits agreement to take all related actions. Zoe.
Thank you, and good afternoon again, Madam Chair, members of the board, Director Shen, and Secretary Polhemus. My name is Zoe Schutte, and I'm a project assistant in the Development Review Division of the Planning Department. We're here before you this afternoon to discuss the proposed Article 80 East small project located at 279 to 283 North Harvard Street in Alston. The proposed project consists of the preservation of the Hill Memorial Baptist Church and the development of a new 4-story, 49 income-restricted elderly housing building on the project site, totaling 47,909 combined gross square feet. The proposed project includes 15 at-grade parking spaces and 25 bike parking spaces. The proponent filed a small project review application on August 15th, 2024, and a public meeting was held on September 23rd and was advertised in the local newspapers, posted on the Planning Department website, and a notification was emailed to all subscribers of the Alston Brighton mailing list. The public comment period ended on November 7th, and I will now turn it over to my colleague Ford to present the planning context before the development team begins their presentation. Thank you.
Thank you for that.
Good evening, Chair Rojas, Secretary Polimis, members of the board, and Director Shen. My name is Ford Delvecchio, and I'm the planning reviewer assigned to this project. The area around 279 North Harvard Street is a lively and diverse neighborhood known for its vibrant mix of student life, young professionals, and families. It is located near Harvard University's athletic complex and within walking distance to Harvard Business School, making it a hub for both academic and recreational activities. The area surrounding the proposed project is predominantly residential, with 1- and 2-family homes being the most common built form. Next slide, please. The proposed project is located in an area that is underserved by public transit. The MBTA 66 bus line has a stop adjacent to the property, while the Boston Landing commuter rail station is located a mile southeast of the property. In addition, there is a blue bike station located directly across from the existing property. Next slide, please. There is no currently applicable local plan for the area of this project site. So planning staff reviewed this project within the context of the neighborhood amenities and built form, as well as city policies such as complete streets. In addition, citywide plans such as Imagine Boston 2030, the Urban Forest Plan, and Housing Boston 2030 were used to inform the decisions that planners made in review of this project. New senior living developments in Boston align with the city's planning goals by promoting affordable, accessible living options for seniors, allowing them to age in place and remain connected to their communities. City planning goals also encourage intergenerational communities, which enhance neighborhood diversity and vitality, contributing to the city's long-term vision of an equitable, inclusive, and resilient urban future. Thank you, and I will now turn it over to the development team to present the project in more detail.
Thank you. Good evening, Madam Chair, members of the board, Secretary Paul Hemus, Director Chen, Attorney Joe Hanley with McDermott, Quilty, Miller, and Hanley. We are very excited to be here this evening for this great opportunity to introduce much needed, not just affordable housing, but senior affordable housing in the Alston neighborhood. I have our team with us, Kevin Diebler from Rohde Architects, who'll go through the presentation quickly. Also John Woods, who's the Executive Director of the Alston Brighton CDC. The Alston Brighton CDC was formed in 1980. They are a remarkable organization in the Alston Brighton neighborhood, serving over 500 units and over 1,000 residents for working class, middle income, and lower earners, providing housing. This particular opportunity is both for senior housing and affordability, but it's also an adaptive reuse. So we are looking at the Hill Memorial Baptist Church site, which is on North Harvard Street across from the Honan Branch Public Library. So we've been working closely with Rohde Architects in with the community about how we can reuse that structure, restore it, keep its historical significance, but also program with the community for its use as we introduce the new senior housing component. So I want to thank, before I hand it over to Kevin, I want to thank the members of the community who helped to guide this. We had a very productive outreach process with the abutters, both neighborhood groups, the Alston Civic Association, as well as the Brighton Improvement Association, both of which offered their full support for this. And we are working with the Mayor's Office of Housing and Chief Dillon, who I also want to thank as part of this overall development. So with that, I'll ask Kevin Diebler to take you through the presentation. Thank you.
Thanks, Joe. And thank you, members of the board, Madam Chair, Director Shen, other members of the board. It's very exciting to be here again after a long hiatus. So we are, again, just excited to be back in the room presenting a project in person. I'm Kevin Diebler, principal of Rohde Architects, representing the development and design team who've been working diligently to create the vision for this project. First, want to thank Alston Brighton CDC for trusting us with this project, as well as the BPDA staff, Zoe Shute, Megan Richard, Breeze Outlaw, and Seth Reisman for your help in moving our project's design forward. The Mayor's Office of Housing should also be recognized for their considerable assistance in making this development work. So next slide, please. Want to really first outline the goals we've set as a team. Number one is to provide affordable elderly housing in a way that enhances their joy and quality of life. Two, we want to preserve the Hill Memorial Baptist Church structure. And part of that is to continue its prominence of the church along North Harvard to maintain community's identity as it's known. Four, we want to minimize the traffic impacts of the increased density on this site. And we want to set an example of highly sustainable design through this opportunity. We're seeking Passive House certification. We're using two sources of on-site renewable energy in geothermal and solar. We are also focusing on reducing both operational and embodied carbon in our approach. And finally, we want to create a building that respects neighborhood scale. Next photo, next slide, please. Our site seen in these photos and on this map show the site fronting on North Harvard, proximate to many existing neighborhood amenities like the Alston Library and the Greenway to the Charles River and other parts of the development in Alston that are starting to show up in this district. Next slide, please. Sort of the bird's eye view is where we kind of present the design concept here. Our 6 goals did give us a lot to work with, but the design concept itself focuses on creating a substantial open space that would be dedicated for residents on site. This set our footprint to push towards the edges and infill the zones outside that courtyard and push the available buildable footprint closer to the edges of the property and also trying to create a good margin around the church so that it can continue to have a presence without a building around it. So that's been a very challenging part of this project. We further adopted pitched roofs to connect our new form to the existing fabric of the neighborhood. Next slide, please. This one we'll talk about for a moment because in plan you see this courtyard and the commitment that we've made to providing that open space on site is right in the center of the site, so that we want to make sure that there's a width and depth to this, a presence of that courtyard so that it could function and be a place where people could gather. There's shade trees, and then allow for multiple different kinds of paving and planting surfaces, really be an enjoyable space inside the site. You can also see where we link the building to the church in one sort of corridor that gets you access. So we've been able to resolve the accessibility of the church through that link. As well, we have a sunken sort of courtyard on the eastern side of the site, very far left of that site plan. That gets the public access to the lower level of the church where there's also an amenity space there, a public amenity space on that. On the main level of the church is a sanctuary that would be refitted and outfitted, would remain a space for community gatherings with, of course, a new mission. So the lower level, the last thing I'll say on this slide is the extension of the sidewalk around, especially the North Harvard edge of the building, is where we can kind of create a space for the bus riders to sit at a bench and be underneath a canopy overhang. This is a pretty highly traveled part of Alston. It kind of connects. If you're going to the right, you're on your way into Boston. If you're going left, you're kind of going into Alston and then up to Harvard Square. So there's a lot of public transit activity at this location. So widening the sidewalk was something that we could do at the entry. Next slide, please. Next slide. There we go. Okay. On the elevations, you can see the material palette that we're using is wood and terracotta, which we feel relates to the shingle style origin of the church. And changing materials on these elevations allow us to, again, break down the scale of the density that we're adding to the site. And then the last few slides here, if we go to the next ones, you can start to see. All the renderings that we're going to show here are show you views from the sidewalk, from the public areas surrounding the site. In each view, we feel it's very important that the design concept reads through to anyone that's passing by, that we are using warm materials that distinguish themselves from the original building. And the building, it's original church building, you can kind of see, doesn't look like this today. This is a view on Easton Street. Again, sort of seeing places where that pitched roof form present itself. Terracotta on the right side is sort of how we are breaking up the sort of elevation of that. I think that might be one or two more. This is from Easton Street, the other part of that. Again, sort of distinguishing, sort of bookmarking where the church and the new massing is added. This is the last slide, and we look forward to answering any questions.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. All right. Any questions or comments from the board, please?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just a comment that I am incredibly supportive of this project. I really appreciate the work, the engagement with neighbors. I love the proximity to the Honan Library. Many of us knew Brian Honan. He was one of the finest public servants I ever knew. We didn't work together. I was an intern when he served. And he would tell these legendary stories about controversial and disruptive zoning matters. And this could be the farthest from one of those. I mean, you've done a tremendous job working, providing something that we truly need. This is a great project, and I'm proud to support it.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah, I would just echo that and say I think it looks great, and it's just so responsive to the needs of our city and this neighborhood. Really appreciate it.
Through the chair, I definitely would second both of what you both said. Definitely wonderful rendering, looking at the existing picture. Definitely a beautiful church, but I think that'll be a beautiful addition to the neighborhood.
Great, and I want to third or fourth that over many of what we're on. I love it. I mean, A+ for design. The courtyard, I think, is going to be so impactful. And I just really appreciate the design and how it is not about just what the buildings kind of look like from each side, but also what do I want to say? It's not just the look, it's about how it's used, right? And how you're going to live in it and live with the structures. And I can just see that it's been designed with that care. And I think to be able to support the community that it's going to be serving is, I'm really proud. I'm really proud of the care that you took with the design, and very fortunate. I'm very appreciative for the future residents. Thank you. No, we got to take a vote. We got to take a vote. So, anyways, sorry. But yes, any questions or comments? Yeah. All right. Hearing and seeing none, a motion is in order.
So moved. Second.
Roll call for a vote. Ms. Bennett?
Aye.
Mr. Shepherd?
Aye.
Dr. Landsberg?
Aye.
Mr. O'Malley?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. Motion passes. Thank you so much.
Thank you
Great
very much.
project. Okay, item number 19. Request authorization to issue a certification of approval pursuant to Article 80E Small Project Review of the Zoning Code for the proposed construction of 18 residential homeownership units, including 3 IDP units, 1,180 square feet of ground floor commercial space, 11 car parking spaces, and 24 bicycle parking spaces located at 434 Washington Street, and to enter into an affordable housing agreement, and to enter into a community benefits agreement, and to take all related actions. Zoe.
Thank you, and good afternoon again, Madam Chair, members of the board, Director Shen, and Secretary Polhemus. Again, I'm Zoe Schutte. I'm a project assistant in development review. We're here before you to present the proposed Article 80E small project located at 434 Washington Street in Brighton. The proposed project contemplates the development of a 4-story mixed-use building containing approximately 14,000 585 gross square feet with 18 residential home ownership units, 1 ground floor commercial retail space, and 11 off-street parking spaces. The proponent filed a small project review application on July 24th, 2024, and a public meeting was held on August 20th. It was advertised in the local newspapers, posted on the planning department website, and a notification was emailed to all members of the Alston-Brighton neighborhood update list. The public comment period ended on November 8th. I will now turn it over to my colleague Michelle to present the planning context before the development team begins their presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Zoe. Good evening, Madam Chair, Secretary Polimas, members of the board, and Director Shen. My name is Michelle Yi, and I'm the planning review team member assigned to this project. Next slide, please. The proposed project of 434 Washington Street is located in the Alston-Bryan neighborhood district within a neighborhood shopping subdistrict. This portion of Washington Street sits in between the two major commercial hubs of Bryan Center and Oak Square and starts a transition from commercial to residential. In regards to transportation, the proposed project is serviced by multiple MBTA bus lines, including the 57, 65, 86, and 501 bus routes. Next slide, please. The proposed project also falls within the boundaries of the Alston-Bryan Needs Assessment, which was approved and adopted by the BPDA board in January 2024. As this project is proposing a transit-oriented multifamily residential building with 3 units of income-restricted housing, this is consistent with the need for accessible and affordable housing found in the Alston-Bryan Needs Assessment. Next slide, please. Zoning relief is recommended for this proposed project, as the proposed use mix is consistent with the goals of the Alston-Bryan Needs Assessment, as well as with the local context for a neighborhood mixed-use residential commercial node. Staff review of this project helped decrease the height to 4 stories in consideration of the surrounding residential properties. This project will also bring many community benefits to the area, such as upgrading the sidewalks and streetscape at the Washington Street and Foster Street intersection to meet both complete streets and ADA guidelines. This project will also continue the study of the intersection to improve the path of travel between the signal box and the utility pole. Thank you, and now I'll turn it over to the development team to present the project in more detail.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board, Director Shen, Secretary Polimas, Attorney Jeff Drago with Drago and Toscano. With me, I also have Tim Laranger from Embark, who you'll hear from to go over the architectural design of the project. If we go to the next slide, please. And we also have Verdant as our landscape architects, which we'll show you in some of the renderings. If we go to the next slide, please. So we're here tonight for a project at 434 Washington Street in Brighton. This is located right within the outskirts of the Brighton Center area, and as was mentioned, this falls within a neighborhood shopping district, but also has a number of multifamily residential developments as you go up and down this particular streetscape. What you're looking at is a corner lot along Foster and Washington Street. That's the proposed development site. The building that sits there now is uninhabitable. It's been neglected for a number of years. My client came up with an idea to keep within that neighborhood shopping context and the multifamily that's around it by having a mixed-use building. So this particular project would raise the existing structure that's there and create a 4-story mixed-use building with small commercial on the ground level that would also house parking for 11 parking spaces and also 18 condominium units. As we went through both an extensive community process as well as BPDA design process, we made modifications to adjust the project to fit within this particular context. Some of that was reducing the height from 5 stories to 4 stories, reducing the number of units from 24 to 18 and a height of its peak of 60 feet down to 48 feet, 4 inches. All the while, we wanted to maintain a strong affordability for IDP on site. So this project would be slightly under 17% affordability. That would include 3 units, 1 studio, and 2 one-bedroom units at 50, 70, and 80% AMI. As was also mentioned, we'll have a number of community benefits, including street trees, new landscaping and fencing to our abutters, sidewalk improvements, and bike share contribution as well. If we could go to the next slide, please. This just shows you some of the context and some of the buildings as you go closer to Brighton Center. Many of them are commercial, but also have residential components above it. And if we could go to the next slide, please. And with that, I'm going to turn it over to Tim Laranger to go over the architectural design of the project. Thank you.
Thank you, Jeff. Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board. Tim Laranger with Embark, architect on the project. So just taking a look at the kind of closer context of the site here, as Jeff had mentioned, we're kind of, as you head east down Washington Street, we're basically at a transition zone where you come from more residential typology into a more commercial typology with the kind of 0 yard setback at the front, ground floor activation through commercial retail. So we looked at the site as a great spot being on this busy corner for a multi-family mixed-use project with ground floor retail. And if you look at the kind of existing conditions of the currently vacant single-family home that's on the site is largely occupied by some overgrown vegetation, particularly at the property line along the sidewalk where there is an existing fence and hedge that really limits the kind of the ability to move around that corner there for pedestrian movement, given that there is a kind of a lot going on the sidewalk. There's a signal box, traffic lights, there's a bus stop there. So one of the kind of two main things we're looking at when approaching the design is how can we just kind of better activate that sidewalk, have better kind of frontage, more lively frontage along it, but also kind of give more way for that pedestrian movement and kind of open that up a little bit. So if you go to the next slide. So here's our site plan. So the bottom of the page there is Washington Street. So we're pulling the whole footprint of the building back a couple feet, and we worked with the BPDA staff through a series of meetings to make sure we can, if we weren't able to move any of the utility items that are on the sidewalk, that the condition that we're creating still allows us to have ADA clearance to be able to move around them. So that's largely the approach we took at the front of the site there, with the retail being in that zone. And then if you notice, there's kind of an existing street tree at the corner, as well as another existing street tree at the corner of the abutting property along Foster Street. So we'll be working to ensure we maintain those during construction, and adding 2 new street trees along Foster right up front of the residential lobby entry. At the rear of the site, we have, along Foster Street, we have a 10-foot setback that we will be activating as kind of a shared outdoor space for building residents with some permeable paving and some ground cover. There will be a 6-foot board fence there for privacy at the ground level, and then we have a series of kind of slender urban trees to provide some visual privacy on the upper levels. And then there's an existing curb cut along Foster there at the kind of top of the screen that we'll be reutilizing for our garage entry and shrinking a little bit, a couple of feet. And we're also, at the garage entry itself, we're pulling the massing of the building back to create an improved visibility for vehicles entering and leaving there. So if you go to the next slide. Moving into the building, this is kind of architectural plan of the ground floor. So we have that just under 1,200 square feet of retail at the front of the site. Our residential lobby is down Foster Street on the quieter, more residential street that has direct access to some internal bike parking that will have 24 bike capacity. And then at the rear, we have our internal garage that accommodates 11 spaces through a semi-automated stacker system. We also have our trash room within the garage with direct access out to that setback area. So we'll be maintaining trash within the building. If you want to go to the next slide. So here's our typical second, third, and fourth floors. There are 6 units per floor. It's a combination of studios, 1-beds, and 2-bed units. And if you go to the next slide, we have the mix here. So a third of the units are studios at an average of 480 square feet. Half of the units are 1-bed at an average of 670 square feet, and we have 3 2-beds at an average of 800 square feet. With the 3 affordable units, comes into just under 17%, and as Jeff had noted, there's 1 studio and 2 1-beds there. If you go to the next slide, this is a rendering looking east down Washington. So kind of harkening back to those earlier images from the Brighton Center area that Jeff was alluding to. We have a kind of 3-story datum of masonry that we're establishing here, which picks up on the kind of 3-story massing of the other residential buildings across the street there that you can kind of see massed out in white there on the right side of the screen. And then above that, we have a slight visual and material kind of change to more of a corrugated metal panel. So it's modern materials, but kind of used in a traditional detailing, traditional massing. To the where we step back at the rear of the building, where the garage entry is, we switched to a fiber cement that is more indicative of the buildings, the residential buildings along Foster. And if you go to the final slide here, so here's a view looking west down Washington the other direction. We kind of define that corner there since it's visually prominent with its own kind of piece of massing that goes up the full height of the building, and then we wrap the ground floor glazing kind of around that corner to create as much transparency as we can for that retail. And then with that, that will conclude the presentation.
Okay, thank you. We'll move on to board questioning. Any questions or comments from the board? I had a question, just going over some themes received in the letter. Can you talk about the engagement that you performed with the butters in the neighborhood, and how this, aligns, although we mentioned it a little bit, aligns with the existing planning studies that were already in place?
Sure. So we did have an extensive community process. We worked with the BAIA, Brighton Alston Improvement Association, multiple meetings with them. We also had our Article 80 public meeting as well. We worked with the BPDA team on making adjustments to the projects, as I had mentioned, lowering the unit count, lowering the height of the building, all based around comments that we heard from the community and from neighbors. We also, just on a transportation note side, there were a lot of questions about just traffic in the area, so we worked with, obviously, the engineering team and the BPDA to come up with the best design with the flow of traffic. That's why we don't have a high parking count for that reason. We're hoping a lot of it's going to be walkable to the small commercial piece that's in the building as well. But we also said to everyone, we would continue to work with neighbors through the process, through any construction process, if the board was to approve the application as well. So,
Okay, thank you.
thank you.
Any additional questions or comments from the board? Hearing and seeing none, a motion is in order.
So moved. Second.
Roll call for a vote. Ms. Bennett?
Aye.
Mr. Shepherd?
Aye.
Dr. Landsmark?
Aye.
Mr. O'Malley?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. Motion passes. Congratulations. Good luck with
Thank you
your
very
project.
much. Thank you.
Right, item number 20 has been removed. Item number 21, request authorization to enter into an affordable housing agreement in connection with the proposed creation of one IDP home ownership unit located at 246 Havre Street, and take all related actions. Andy.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Excuse me. Director Shen, Secretary Polhemus, and members of the board. I'm Andy Feldman, Housing Policy Manager with the Mayor's Office of Housing. Tonight, I'm here to request your vote on an affordable housing agreement for the proposed development 246 Havre Street. This development proposes to build 9 homeownership units, and while it didn't trigger Article 80 due to its size, the project team is voluntarily restricting 1 unit. Therefore, the vote in front of you tonight will allow the agency to enter into an agreement to dedicate this 1 income-restricted unit under the inclusionary development policy at 120% of AMI. Happy to answer any questions you may have, and thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any questions or comments from the board? Right, hearing and seeing none, a motion is in order.
So moved. Second.
Roll call for a vote. Ms. Bennett?
Aye.
Mr. Shepherd?
Aye.
Dr. Landsmark?
Aye.
Mr. O'Malley?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. Motion passes. Thanks.
Thank you.
Andy. Item number 22, request authorization to enter into an amendment to an amended and restated affordable rental housing agreement and restriction superseding the affordable rental housing agreement and restriction executed on September 14th, 2023 in connection with the notice of project alteration submitted to the BPDA on November 5th, 2024 for the proposed development of 12 IDP units located at 355 Bennington Street, and to take all related actions. Ebony.
Good evening, and thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board, Madam Secretary, and Director Shen. My name is Ebony DeRosa, and I'm a Senior Project Manager in the Development Review Department. We are here before you today to discuss the notice of alteration for the 355 Bennington Street project. I thank you for your time today. The proposed project was originally approved on April 14th, 2022 for the construction of an up to 6-story mixed-use development to include approximately 167,000 gross square feet, 170 rental units, approximately 7,000 gross square feet of ground floor retail space, and approximately 81 parking spaces. The proponent submitted a notice of project alteration to the Planning Department on November 5th, 2024. The proponent worked with the Mayor's Office of Housing and the Planning Department to propose to amend the originally approved 24 units of on-site IDP to instead create 12 IDP units on-site and to contribute a payment in lieu of the other 12 IDP units in the amount of $2,400,000 paid into the IDP fund. Due to existing market conditions, the Mayor's Office of Housing and the Planning Department determined this would be the most efficient approach to getting the project to construction. Other than this update, the proposed project will remain as approved on April 14, 2022. Today, I am joined by Ruben Cantor from the Planning Department, Andy Feldman from the Mayor's Office of Housing, and Lisbeth Bello from the Development Team. We will be happy to take any questions that you may have. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any questions or comments from the board? All right, hearing and seeing none, a motion is in order.
So moved. Second.
Roll call for a vote. Ms. Bennett?
Aye.
Mr. Shepherd?
Aye.
Dr. Landsmark?
Aye.
Mr. O'Malley?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. Motion passes. Thanks, Ebony.
Thank you.
Right, item number 23, request authorization to issue a certification of approval pursuant to Article 80E Small Project Review of the Zoning Code for the proposed construction of 21 residential rental units, 9 car parking spaces, and 28 bicycle parking spaces located at 944 Saratoga Street, and to enter into a community benefits agreement, and to take all related actions. Ebony.
Thank you again, Madam Chair, members of the board, Madam Secretary, and Director Shen. We are here before you today to discuss the proposed 944 Saratoga Street project. I thank you for your time today. The proposed project consists of the construction of a new zoning-compliant residential building totaling approximately 26,565 gross square feet. The proposed project will contain a 4-story coastal flood resilience overlay district compliant building, 21 rental units, 9 parking spaces, and 28 bicycle parking spaces. The small project review application was filed on May 13th, 2024, which initiated a public comment period that concluded on June 12th, 2024. A public meeting was held on June 4th. At this time, I am happy to turn it over to Ella Wise from the planning team to discuss the planning context for the project, followed by a presentation from the development team. Thank you.
Thanks, Ebony. Good evening, Chair Rojas, Secretary Polhemus, members of the board, and Director Shen. My name is Ella, and I'm a senior planner with the Planning Review Team. The proposed project is located, next slide, please. The proposed project is located in the Orient Heights neighborhood of East Boston, just east of Noyes Playground. The Orient Heights T-Station is 1/3 of a mile away, nearby. Recent projects include a residential project at 16 Boardman and a mixed-use project at 2 Ford Street and 970 Saratoga, also nearby. Next slide, please. Plan East Boston, a neighborhood-wide planning initiative to guide growth in East Boston, was adopted by this board this past January. The plan includes analysis and recommendations related to zoning, public realm, transportation improvements, and broader policy and program consideration for interdepartmental coordination. Specific to land use and design, the plan recommends replacing the neighborhood shopping zoning district with a new mixed-use district in the area, including for the parcel of the proposed project. The image here is copied from the plan, illustrating that recommended change. The plan also envisions improvements to the existing Saratoga Street crosswalk to improve safety and access to the playground and align with the mid-block pedestrian connection. Next slide. Article 53, the East Boston Neighborhood District and Zoning Map 3C were amended in April 2024 to codify recommendations from that plan. Accordingly, the proposed project is within the East Boston Neighborhood Mixed Use 4 or MU4 subdistrict. The project is also located within the Coastal Flood Resiliency Overlay District, or CFROD, and governed by Article 25A. Okay, so this table here you're familiar with now. The proposed use is multifamily, which is allowed in the subdistrict and recommended by the plan. And then in the next row, the project is compliant with Article 53 dimensional regulations, as Ebony mentioned, and these were recommended by the plan. That said, there are 2 dimensional regulations of note that I want to go into further detail. First, building height. So per Article 53, the maximum building height is 4 stories and 50 feet. Due to its location in the CFRAD and its compliance with Article 25A, the building height is measured not from grade, but from 2 feet above base flood elevation. And base flood elevation is the top of the water elevation predicted by the coastal flood risk scenario in the CFRAD guidelines. Given this definition, in Article 25A, the proposed building height is 4 stories and just under 50 feet, which meets the Article 53 zoning maximum. Secondly, rear yard. Per Article 53, the minimum rear yard is 10 feet. The text is really small on the slide, but the proposed rear setback from the playground is between 9 feet 6 inches and 10 feet 7 inches in the proposed project, which you'll learn about soon, with an average of more than 10 feet. So according to section 5329(8) of the zoning code, given that the rear wall is not parallel to the rear lot line, the rear yard requirements in zoning are met. So just want to specify those details of zoning compliance for this project. In terms of transportation, the proposed project will design and install curb extensions, directly advancing the plan's recommendations for improving the existing crosswalk to the playground. With that, I'll turn it over to the development team. Thanks very much.
Thank you, Ella. Good evening, Madam Chair, members of the board, Secretary Palamas, and Director Shen. For the record, my name is Richard Linz. I'm an attorney representing the project proponent. I have a business address at 245 Sumner Street in East Boston. We are excited to be before the board this evening for a number of reasons, not the least of which we believe this is the first Article 80 project to be presented to the board after the new zoning has been adopted through Plan East Boston. And that is significant for a number of reasons. I think as Eller indicated, this is a completely compliant project. We require no zoning relief for this project, and we believe this represents the future of what's going to be happening in the East Boston community. One of the things that we did learn through the community process for this project is that predictability, which was a theme that was very important as part of the Plan East Boston project, has now been sort of formalized, and we're starting to see some of the fruit that Plan East Boston will bear. In this case, before I bring up Bill Menziger from Embark, we feel that this project, as you can see in the photo that's here, these represent sort of the past and the future. The building to our right that you do see in the photo was a former as-of-right project for the East Boston Neighborhood Shopping Subdistrict. It's a 3-story building with 9 residential units. Our project represents the present with respect to current zoning requirements and zoning compliance, and we're excited to move forward with this project. I'll turn it over to Bill Menziger from Embark, and happy to answer any questions after his presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Richard. Madam Chair, good evening, members of the board and Director Shen. Bill Menziger, principal at Embark. I'm going to review the design presentation. The next slide, please. So imagining most folks know where the site is, but the circle is the location of our site. So beautiful location, right, flanked by Noyes Park, Constitution Beach and the airport to the south, and Orient Heights right directly to the east. Next slide, please. Some of the local recent board-approved or built projects. It's hard for me to read those completely, but all these projects, I'm going to call them out, are 4 or 5-story precedents, all within and around the area, board-approved, and multi-unit buildings. And I can't read that, so I was going to pull my slide, sorry. So the dark squares on the right side, those are actually, that's 2 Ford Street that's recently board approved for 41 units, and then 970 Saratoga, which is another 4-story. Off to the west, we have the 4 and 5-story of 144 Addison, and to the south, there's 917 Bennington Street. So height precedents in the area to help support the project. Next slide, please. Just some views of the area. So on the top left, you can see the expansive views bookmarking the site along the park. So it's a great advantage for the site to be on that end, on the corner. The two views on the right side are looking east and west down Saratoga Street. Something to point out on the upper left-hand aerial view is the height, the three-story triple-decker height that really sets the precedent down Saratoga, even parallel behind on Bennington Street, all at that three-story triple-decker height. Next slide, please. These are just some views of the previous abutter building. This building is directly against, subdivided with our building just to the west of this. So something to put out here is just the way that the parking's working. It's under open but covered parking. We have a similar style parking at our building. Next slide, please. These are just a quick slide of the winter and spring of the health of the broadleaf. It's called the Tilia tabata tree. It's coming back in the spring, and we've also hired an arborist to take some preservation provisions around construction to preserve the health of that tree. Next slide, please. We're going to skip over the zoning. We can come back to that with Richard and team if there's any other questions. So if you could skip the next two slides, please. That one as well. Thank you. Here's a blow up of the site plan. The following sheet is going to be the full site plan, but this site plan blows up along the front of the street, Saratoga Street. This project is abiding by Boston Complete Streets. This is a neighborhood connector by definition for Saratoga Street. So we have a 8-foot wide sidewalk, 3-foot furnishing zone, 2 new street trees, post and ring bike parking there, and some buffering site plantings along the way. We've narrowed down per BPDA comments to a 10-foot curb cut and even flanked in some new recently added buffered kind of guidance plant beds alongside of that pull-in, which will help slow down the traffic pulling in and out of the site and crossing over that sidewalk. Additionally, to the left-hand side, there's a very activated and very widely used pathway up through Noyes Park that captures a lot of the commuters. We've recently put a curb extension on that on the bottom left-hand side of the page and realigned that crosswalk as part of a safety improvement there. Next slide, please. Here's the overall site plan. So you can see on the far left-hand side, very lightly, there's that pathway aligned nicely with that crosswalk. Something, we've shifted the whole building to the right-hand side to get a better, deeper buffer along the park. And we're also, where that large tree is with the circle to the west, where our massing is responding to that tree to help preserve that tree. That's a beautiful tree, and it's a benefit to the project and to the neighborhood in many ways, so we're really taking some measures to do that. And all native species on this project. Next slide, please. And last, this takes some of the restoration methods and protection provisions that we're going to put into the construction documents to help monitor and save that tree during the construction. And there is an arborist on site, on board for that. We've hired someone. Next slide, please. So floor plan, 21 units in this building. The left-hand plan is the ground floor plan. Something to point out there is this building has 2 primary entrances right on Saratoga Street, one on the bottom left corner and the one on the bottom right-hand corner. The right-hand corner is the private residential entrance for the building. And then the one on the left is a public co-work space that'll be used by both the tenants of the building and also open to the public during business hours. And that it will have a grab-and-go station. It'll have some nice places for local residents to get out of their apartments and come and work, and have rent out a small little Zoom room or something like, any sort of activity like that. And then it opens up to that area where we carve out the building at the big tree to overlook the western part of the park. So a nice indoor-outdoor connection to the park right there. All of the critical systems for the building being in the CFROD had been moved up. So on the second floor, we took the electrical room and the elevator machine room and put them on the second floor plan. So none of the critical systems are within that element, on that level. Next slide, please. Levels 3 and 4, double-loaded corridor, efficient floor plate, mix of studios, 1s and 2s around, and all the units have outdoor decks that'll be at least 5 feet wide and 5 feet deep, so they're fully accessible. Next slide, please. and fourth at the top floors, and then the roof. And there is a small private amenity deck that's going to give expansive views of the city over Constitution Beach, over to the airport. So really, really nice and sunset. So nice opportunity there. Next slide, please. The elevations here are just really to show the palette of the materials and the play of how we're breaking down the massing. The view on the right is the front view along Saratoga Street. So this is a really unique condition where it's bookend site. So what we've recently done is bring the brick facade up to 4 stories at the corner, at the Noyes Park corner, and then we've dropped it down to 3 stories. And as that works its way around counterclockwise, that 3-story datum will follow all the way around. Next slide, please. This is the abutting building side. So the abutting building is right behind us. So the 3-story datum there is pointing out or relating to the 3-story building there. And there's a nice break in the facade there to give relief to the existing entry of 946 Saratoga. And as we wrap around, one more time, next slide. This is on the park side where the 3-story convergence of the brick meets up with the 4-story. And that break where that wood tone material comes down is right where that tree is. So again, the massing is opening it up for that canopy of the tree to preserve that. And really it's going to put the residents and the co-work folks in that canopy, in that tree. And it's going to be a really nice feature to have architecturally, we think. Moving up in the buildings will be softer wood tones, which we'll look at in the renderings. Next slide, please. So here's a view looking down Saratoga towards the east. So you can see 946, the abutting building, and then the triple deckers and the beyond. So there's a nice datum line of 3-story picking up on our right-hand corner, bottom right-hand corner of the building. That's right at the residential entrance. Architecturally, we thought this was a great opportunity to pick up that height, wrap that height around, but flank the building with more height at the corner. It's a corner that's not going to, there will not be any development on this corner. There's a large tree there, and we thought that creates a nice presence as a gateway almost into this, into the Orient Heights neighborhood here. Architecturally as well, we formalized the facade as a regularized, more familiar brick facade, organized pattern, so that it had reminiscence of some of the mill buildings. And looking back the other way, you can start to see how the 3-story relates with the wood tone material coming up to lighten up and give a little bit more playfulness on the upper levels. And next slide, please. And then on the back, I'm standing at the first, at the dugout at the diamond, and you can start to see how that 3-story comes across from the abutting building with the wood tones breaking up and perforating the corners with the balcony. So it's not really in your face, and there's a nice step back along that park to carry the datum line. Thank you. I can open it to any questions.
Great. Thank you. Do we have any questions or comments from the board?
A question. So there are no affordable or IDP units in this?
That is correct. I can explain that if I can have a brief moment to do that through the chair. So this project was started prior to the amendments to Article 53. When we originally started this project, it was actually larger, bigger footprint, more units, but did require certain relief under the Boston Zoning Code through a very involved process with planning staff. And I think the importance of once Planning Boston was adopted, it was critical to ensure that this project represented a zoning compliant project. We did explore originally with this project looking at IDP if we required zoning relief. Because we were encouraged to look at doing a more zoning compliant project, the timing of when we filed this actually exempts this from the IDP. If this were filed after October 1st, of course, the new Article 79 would come into play, but it is exempt under IDP since it was filed before October 1st.
So projects like this going forward will have IDP requirements?
That is correct. Anything filed at this point would 20% IDP.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, just to clarify that, so any projects filed after October 1 will have to be compliant with inclusionary zoning policy, which goes into effect October 1st, but this was filed before then.
Thank you.
Any additional questions or comments? I did have one picking up from some of the resident concerns and playing off of the map that you put there. There are a lot of current projects that are already under construction or going to be under construction in that area. Can you speak a little bit to how that is going to be managed, right? This project in connection with the other projects and how
Yeah.
all that's coordinated?
Absolutely. Great question, Madam Chair. So our client is pretty experienced in development in the community. We have a regular dialogue, I actually represent a number of those projects in that area as well, a regular dialogue with those other project proponents as well. I think that from a timing standpoint, there can be pretty good sequencing so that we're not congesting the square too much. And I think that the timeline for other projects is certainly going to be a little bit ahead of this project based upon what remains for permitting.
Okay, great. Additional questions or comments? Hearing and seeing none, a motion is in order.
So moved.
Second.
Roll call for a vote. Ms. Bennett?
Aye.
Mr. Shepherd?
Aye.
Dr. Landsmark?
Aye.
Mr. O'Malley?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. Motion passes. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Good to see
luck.
everybody again in
Good to
person.
see you, yeah. All right, item number 24, request authorization to issue a determination waiving further review pursuant to Article 80D of the zoning code for the proposed renewal and two-year extension of the 2022 through 2024 Berklee College of Music Institutional Master Plan until October 10th, 2026, and to take all related actions. Nick?
Excuse me, Madam Chair, I'm going to recuse myself.
Yes, great, thank you. And Nick, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Good evening, Madam Chair, members of the board, Secretary Polhemus, and Director Shen. I'm here before you this evening to present the two-year extension of the Berklee College of Music Institutional Master Plan. Located in the Fenway and Back Bay neighborhoods, Berklee has been providing students with a world-class musical education since 1945. Berklee's current IMP, which was approved by the BPDA board on October 13th of 2022, and by the Boston Zoning Commission on November 9th, 2022, ran for a two-year term ending in this November of 2024. The 2022 IMP has been amended once in September of 2024 to add new academic space and ground floor public retail use at 1249 Boylston Street. Since the approval of its 2022 IMP, Berklee has embarked on a comprehensive master planning process for the campus, which will inform Berklee's planning decisions for at least the following decade. Berklee seeks to renew and amend its IMP for an additional 2 years to complete that master planning process and incorporate its findings into a new 10-year IMP. As there are no changes associated with the extension, there will be no presentation from planning staff or the Berklee team. Caitlin Passafaro, Chief of Staff to the President of Berklee College of Music, is here for any questions you may have. Thank you.
Any questions or comments from the board? Okay. Hearing and seeing none, a motion is in order.
So moved.
Second.
Roll call for a vote. Ms. Bennett?
Aye.
Mr. Shepherd?
Aye.
Dr. Landsmark?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. Motion passes. Thank you very much. Okay, we probably just take a break. Yeah. Okay, so we're going to take a 5-ish minute break before we start the public hearings at 5:30. Thank you. Except I don't have my microphone on. Sorry. All right. Thanks, everyone. We're now going to proceed with the meeting with our public hearing. Simultaneous Mandarin, Cantonese, and Spanish interpretations are being provided for this meeting using the language interpretation function within Zoom. We ask that you please speak patient in case of any technical any technical issues. Language interpretation will not be enabled until instructions on how to access interpretation services have been translated into Mandarin, Cantonese, and Spanish. Once interpretation has been enabled, a globe icon will appear on the bottom of your Zoom screen. For those of you wishing to follow the presentation in Mandarin, Cantonese, or Spanish here in the boardroom, we have headsets for you. So please raise your hand and we will assist you in getting one of those headsets. To enable interpretation for Mandarin, Cantonese, and Spanish via Zoom, please click on the globe icon at the bottom of your screen now and select the language you wish to listen to. You must also mute original audio. If you're using a headset, the language of your choice will be audible. Also, an important reminder to all who are speaking today, we ask that you please speak slowly for the interpreters. If you're speaking too fast, I may interrupt you and ask you to speak more slowly so that the translator can catch up with your information. Okay, so we are going to start with Tina. Tina, will you now interpret the instructions I just gave into Mandarin?
Thank you very much. 大家好，我是您的普通话翻译。今天我和 Sherry 会为您一起提供普通话的同声转译翻译。那么一会儿呢，他们会打开一个地球仪，打开之后呢，这个翻译的功能才会出现。然后呢，如果您是要在现场的话，请你在现场举手。现在举手，他们会给你一个耳麦，然后呢，您用这个耳麦上线之后会看到语言选项。另外这个现场的所有的各个讲话者，他们在讲的如果是过快的时候，那么这个主席的会打断他们，请他们讲得慢一点，这样我们翻译可以能够跟得上。好，那么一会儿您上了我们的翻译频道之后，请你选择将原始的音频静音。好，谢谢您，一会儿见。Thank you.
Thank you, Tina. Maple, will you now please interpret the instructions that I just gave into Cantonese?
Sure. Thank you, Madam Chair. 大家好，我係今晚大家嘅廣東話翻譯。今晚我同 Anita 咧將會喺呢度為大家提供廣東話嘅同聲傳譯。如果你喺現場需要聽翻譯嘅話，請你舉手，我哋會俾一個耳機俾你。如果你喺網上嘅話咧，我哋喺打開呢個頻道之後，請你點擊屏幕下邊嘅地球儀嘅標誌，選擇 Cantonese 嘅頻道。如果你用手機上網嘅話，請你點擊呢個屏幕下方嘅3個點寫住更多，點入去之後選擇語言設置，並且係選擇 Cantonese 嘅頻道。如果你遇到呢個技術嘅問題咧，請你打上邊嘅呢個電話係617-918-4236去尋求呢個技術嘅幫忙嘅。Thank you.
Thank you, Maple. And finally, Juan, will you now interpret the instructions I gave into Spanish?
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. My name is Juan Bernal, Spanish and Portuguese interpreter. I will be providing interpretation into Spanish. I will provide the translation for this. Muy buenas noches para todos. Estamos ofreciendo el servicio simultáneo de interpretación en mandarín, cantonés y español. Se está ofreciendo en esta reunión por medio de la función de Zoom. Les pedimos, por favor, que sean pacientes en caso de presentarse algún problema técnico. El lenguaje de interpretación no va a ser habilitado el icono hasta que puedan accesarlo todas las instrucciones en mandarín, cantonés y español. Una vez se habilite el icono de la interpretación, aparecerá un globo en la parte inferior de sus pantallas. Hagan un clic y seleccionan español como su idioma de preferencia. Aquellas personas que quieran presenciar la interpretación en vivo pueden estar en la junta, donde pueden escuchar la interpretación también en mandarín, cantonés y español. Y se va a proveer los headsets y los audífonos necesarios. Levanten la mano también. Para poder habilitar el icono de la interpretación en mandarín, cantonés y español vía Zoom, hagan un clic sobre el globo y seleccionan su idioma de preferencia, en este caso, español. Es importante recordarles a todos también que deben hablar lentamente para asistir la interpretación y todas las personas puedan estar presentes en esta reunión. En caso de que estén hablando muy rápido, tendré que interrumpirlos para que los intérpretes puedan ir al paso de la presentación. Muchas gracias. Thank you, Madam Chair. Back to you.
Okay, gracias, Juan. And Ani, will you now please activate the interpretation? And we'll wait a few seconds for people to join. Okay, Ani, do we have the interpretation channels working? Or?
They're gonna text me.
They're gonna, okay, okay, got it. All right. So if you are having difficulty activating their interpretation, please call the phone number on the screen. If you have difficulties with the translation later in the meeting, you can call that same number, and we have interpreters available to assist you over the phone. This is a public hearing before the Boston Redevelopment Authority doing business as the Boston Planning and Development Agency, being held in conformance with Massachusetts General Laws, Chapter 121A, Section 18C, and the Acts of 1960, Chapter 652, to consider the proposed 20 Charlesgate West redevelopment project in the Fenway neighborhood of Boston. This hearing was duly advertised on October 23rd and October 30th, 2024 in the Boston Herald. This is a BPDA hearing on a proposed petition by the agency. Staff members will first present their case and are subject to questioning by members of the agency. Thereafter, anyone who wishes to testify about the proposed project will be afforded an opportunity. We are taking support and opposition at the same time. If you are planning to testify via Zoom, please take time now to verify that your computer microphone is active and click on the hand icon on your Zoom control panel. This will signal to the staff that you would like to speak, and when your hand is raised, it will be blue. If you're calling into the meeting and would like to testify, please dial *9 to raise your hand. When I call for all testimony, staff will announce your name and allow you to talk. You must unmute your microphone and your webcam will not be active. If you are planning to testify in person in the boardroom, please line up behind the podium after the presentation has concluded and we will call on you. In an effort to accommodate all who would like to speak about this proposal, each person will be given up to 2 minutes to comment. BPDA staff will indicate when 30 seconds remain. At that time, please conclude your remarks so that the hearing may continue and others may be heard. Finally, the proponents are allowed a period of 5 to 10 minutes of rebuttal if they so desire. And Camille, will you now please begin the presentation?
Thank you and good evening, Madam Chair, members of the board, Secretary Polhemus, and Director Shen. My name is Camille Platt, and I'm here before you this evening to present the Article 80 and 121A redevelopment project at 20 Charlesgate West, also known as Our Ladies Guild House in the Fenway. The Planning Office for Urban Affairs and Fenway CDC plan to redevelop the existing building at 20 Charlesgate West, also known as Our Ladies Guild House, currently a 140-room lodging house, into an 86-unit affordable rental building in the Kenmore Square neighborhood. The purpose of the renovation is to ensure that Our Ladies Guild House, built in 1899, is modernized to provide affordable housing near Kenmore Square. The proponent is seeking certain tax relief for the Chapter 121A project as part of the Massachusetts General Law Chapter 121A status in recognition of the fact that the primary use will be affordable housing units. The proposed entity for the Chapter 121A project for which consent of the BPDA is sought is Charlesgate Limited Partnership, a Massachusetts limited partnership, whose sole general partner is 20 Charlesgate MM LLC, a Massachusetts limited liability company, also known as the general partner. The general partner's members are the Planning Office for Urban Affairs, Inc., a Massachusetts charitable corporation, and Fenway Community Development Corporation. It is anticipated that the cost of the Chapter 121A project will be approximately $59 million estimated in the application. The proponent filed their small project review application for the proposed project on August 26, 2024. The proposed project hosted a public meeting on September 19th of 2024. The meeting was well attended and duly advertised in the local newspaper, as well as circulated to the Planning Department's email list for the Fenway neighborhood. The proposed project's Chapter 121A application was duly submitted on October 3rd of 2024. I will now turn over to our zoning compliance planner, Ella Wise, to go over the planning context before the development team begins their presentation. Thank you.
Thanks, Camille. Good evening again, Madam Chair, members of the board, Secretary Polhemus, and Director Shen. My name is Ella on the planning review team. The proposed project, next slide, please, is located in the Kenmore Square neighborhood just west of Charlesgate Park. Newberry Street separates the site from I-90 and the Becker Overpass. The project shares a party wall with a 6-story residential building to the north. You can see the red outline outlines the site of the project. Next slide. The proposed project is within the study area of the Fenway Transportation Action Plan, which is currently in progress, which will include redesign concepts for the area, including Newberry Street and Commonwealth Avenue abutting the proposed project. In addition, the immediate physical context of the proposed project is changing, as Massachusetts Department of Transportation, MassDOT, has proposed replacing and widening the Bowker Overpass Bridge that spans I-90. The redesign of this infrastructure provides an opportunity for improving the park and reconnecting the Emerald Necklace to the river. This context was taken into consideration during review, but given the limited scope of the proposed project, neither the FTAP, the transportation plan, nor this redesign directly influenced the proposed project. Next slide, please. In terms of zoning, the proposed project is within the Boston proper H4 apartment residential subdistrict, as well as the groundwater overlay conservation district, restricted parking district, and an architectural conservation district. In terms of use, the proposed project includes multifamily and permanent supportive housing, and according to Article 8 of the zoning code, would require a conditional use permit for this proposed use, but it certainly advances the city's goals in the 2025 housing strategy. And in terms of dimensions, there's no proposed changes to existing dimensions or massing. The proposed project is seeking zoning relief through Chapter 121A approval. With that, I'll turn it to the development team for more detail. Thank you.
Members of the BPDA board, Director Shen and Secretary Polomus and rest of the BPDA staff, good evening. Thank you for your time today. I am Sunit John. I represent Fenway CDC, one half of the development team. With me is Phil Cream from Planning Office. I will introduce Fenway CDC and then hand it over to Phil to walk you through the presentation. Fenway Community Development Corporation, or Fenway CDC, is a 50-plus-year-old organization. It's a community development corporation. We work towards ensuring neighborhood to keep Fenway as a vibrant and diverse neighborhood. Affordable housing is a huge part of our mission, and this project is of vital importance in advancing our mission as well as the citywide mission to bring affordability housing. Now, I'd like to Phil to go through the presentation.
Good evening. My name is Phil Crean. I'm with the Real Estate Project Manager with the Planning Office for Urban Affairs. We are a nonprofit affiliate of the Archdiocese of Boston, whose mission is to provide affordable mixed-income housing across the Commonwealth, primarily in the Archdiocese footprint. Really excited to be partnering with Fenway CDC on this exciting redevelopment project. I can't think of a better partner to have. A couple other important team members as part of the development team. Davis Square Architects is the architect. They're very experienced on rehabs of this scale. We have PBD Properties, who is currently the property manager and will be the property manager post-renovation. They're one of the largest property management firms in the affordable housing space. St. Francis House is our service provider partner. And we've partnered with them on a number of projects that have gone before this very board. And then Housing to Home is our relocation consultant. They are assisting us with the URA process and relocating folks that are in the building currently. If we could go to the next slide, I'll talk a little bit about the history of the building. So the building was built at the turn of the 20th century and was primarily a hotel room, and at some point was acquired by the Archdiocese of Boston, who then transferred ownership to a group of nuns based in Connecticut. And it was operated as a single-room occupancy building serving women, and it had been that way until the present, even as we own it now. The past decade or so, there was some management change at the building, and where it was turning almost into a de facto student housing, and some residents were being forced out, which Fenway CDC helped advocate on their behalf, as well as the residents themselves. In 2023, there was an Attorney General Office settlement with the residents that still remained. We're calling them long-term residents, and I'll speak a little bit more about what that means on the next slide. But that created an opportunity for us to acquire the building October 2023 with city and state resources and support. And we currently own the building. PBD Properties is managing the building. And we're still continuing to operate it as a single-gender SRO building with common kitchen and common bathrooms. We'll go to the next slide. So this is the proposed program is 86 apartment homes. These are individual apartments with their own kitchen and bathroom. Gone will be the shared kitchen and restroom facilities. We are proposing 22 enhanced single-room occupancy units. These are smaller, for lack of a better word, smaller studio apartments with a smaller kitchen and a smaller bathroom, but still their own private kitchens and baths. These units, the 22, will be set aside as a permanent supportive housing for residents that were formerly homeless, and they'll be supported by St. Francis House through their robust service plan. We'll have 45 studios, 19 one-bedroom units. Of those, 20 of them will be set aside for households earning 30% or less of area median income, which will bring the total of 30% or less units here to 45% of the building, which is pretty significant and for a private development. 9 of the units will be accessible. We'll have 2 sensory units. The building now is very, very old and not as accessible as we'd like it today, so this is going to bring an opportunity to make it much more accessible for all residents. 100% affordable. It's a lowercase on purpose on that slide because we have 81 that are going to be your affordable units through the low-income housing tax credit program. And then there's those 5 units set aside for the long-term residents. While they're not income restricted, they are rent restricted for these residents as part of the Attorney General Office agreement where they're paying their 2012 rent. They will be, after renovation, they will be invited back to the building. They'll have their own studio apartment, and they're permitted to stay at the building at their as long as they want. This is one of the big program changes from now to post-renovation is this is going to be open to all genders post-renovation. This is just difficult to do a single gender building with fair housing and all the different requirements that we're going to have to go through from the affordable housing programs. We're going to have really great amenities at the building. We're going to have a 24/7 on-site management, security, a fitness center. There's great space there for multiple community rooms. We've heard from the residents that are existing there that they really like that. One of the highlights of living in an SRO is the community feel, so we were able to take advantage of the space there to create multiple opportunities for community rooms for gathering. There'll be a library on the 6th floor, a package room, and then supportive services and we're calling them health and wellness facilities in the basement. As part of the 121A application.
Entonces, parte de lo que es. No oigo. I can hear.
I think someone needs to go on mute. Try it. I think it went on mute. Go ahead.
Okay, thanks. So as part of the 121A application, we're applying for an 18-year term for the assessor's office and the 6A contract. That's going to give us enough time to exit our compliance period with the tax credit program, which is 15 years, and then we'll allow the future investor to exit that there and we'll allow them to exit. Next slide, please. We've had a pretty robust community engagement process, and a lot of that is thanks to Fenway CDC. They've been working with residents in the community there since I think 2012, since a lot of the engagement started with the previous residents. We've continued to meet with the current tenants. We've met with them maybe 4 times this year outside of any process to keep them updated on what our plans are, to assure them that they don't have to move immediately. We've had our relocation consultant there numerous times to also answer questions and alleviate any concerns. And we've also met with our neighbors prior to Article 80 process in this 121A. As part of the lodging house license process we had to go through last year, and we've been continuing to meet with our neighbors, the Braemar Condo Association, the and then also Fenway Civic and Charles Gate Alliance. Been in close contact with all of them. We've got really robust elected official support on this project, which is great to see. And then if we go to the next slide, I'll talk a little bit about. We did have a little bit of the site context, but from an affordable housing perspective, I can't think of a better location to put this type of program and for these residents. You have multiple recreation opportunities in Fenway Garden and the Charles River, ample job and shopping and retail amenities, and just in Fenway, and then of course Newbury Street, and then you're right there on the Green Line, and you're just really in a transit-rich environment. Next slide. Shots of the exterior. We're doing very de minimis work on the exterior. We're doing in-kind replacement of the masonry. We would be doing window cleanup. The only change to the exterior, if you look at the larger photo on the right-hand side, there is a step up to enter the building. We're going to remove that step up to make it more accessible. If we'll go to the next slide. And this is the site plan where we're located at the corner of Newbury and Charles Gate West. We'll go to there is a courtyard in the center there that we think will have an opportunity to provide some outdoor space. We think that that's probably our only opportunity, given that we're almost completely covering the site. Next slide, please. This is the the current basement plan. It's a lot of it's back of the house space, a laundry room, some storage. You can get lost down there. We're gonna change those walls around here. If we'll go to the next slide, and I can walk us through it. So what we're proposing down in the basement is ample bike storage for folks that want to ride their bicycles, and we're going to do our best to encourage that. We have one of our community rooms down at the lower left-hand corner. At the just to the top of that is our supportive services space, where we'll have offices, a wellness room where we might have a visiting doctor or nurse come by for shots or other programs that we might be able to do. Individual counseling rooms will be there as well. There's a fitness center located in the basement, some storage, and then if you go to the other wing of the basement, which is to the right, there's management offices down there. There's a laundry lounge for folks to hang out and while their laundry is being done. And then there's a business center where we're envisioning that would be a place where individuals can do financial literacy training or resume building, that sort of thing. Next slide. And I'll skip the third and first floor. Let's talk about it. If I got 2 minutes, I got to go to the next one. It's more exciting. So the first floor, we're going to be putting our residences here, and we're going to be converting a former chapel space to a community room on the left-hand side. There'll be a package room and a security desk here. And this is one of the more unique floors. I think the next slide will show the typical floor plan. We'll skip the current one, and we'll go to the proposed. And this will be a mix. The floors 3 through 6 are going to be your studios and 1-bedrooms, and they'll stack on top of each other. Floor 2 will be the floor where there'll be the enhanced SROs with the permanent supportive housing program, as well as another supportive services management office. And if we go to the next slide, I think we are finished.
Okay, thank you very much. All right, so this is a public hearing, so we're going to go with testimony first, and then we'll move into board questioning. So Secretary Polhemus, I'll let you shepherd us through.
Sure. Can we please start with Councilor Durkin? If there are any remote participants who would like to testify, please raise your virtual hand.
And I know Secretary Polhemus has been giving me a lot of feedback on, I'm trying to keep my letters short, Secretary. So thank you so much. I just wanted to say I love Fenway CDC. I love working with them. I'm grateful for their leadership in the neighborhood. And in District 8, it's very rare that you get to support a fully affordable project and one with such great amenities. So I just wanted to thank, I mean, we've come up with such a great solution for Our Ladies Guild House. I'm so incredibly excited about this project. But more importantly, I think a lot of you might be thinking to yourselves, what's happening with the women who are there? What's happening with the building in this time period? We've been having those conversations with the city, with Chief Dillon, and with the Fenway CDC. So I just want to say we are actively engaged in those conversations, and I think we're all hearing of a great project, but they've been so proactive with the community, with the Kenmore Association of Tenants, with everyone in the Kenmore area. And so just wanted to say how important this renovation is, how important this new concept is, and how grateful I am for Fenway CDC. So I'm hoping that I support this. I'm hoping it will get through tonight. Thank you so much.
Good evening, Madam Chair, members of the board, Madam Secretary, Director Shen. My name is Mina Perez. I am here representing the Carpenters Union, hundreds of union carpenters that live and work throughout the city of Boston. I first want to take a second to thank the board for the amazing job you do shepherding the city, moving us forward with development, as well as I will take a second to thank the mayor, the office of Mayor Wu, for allowing and encouraging the community to be part of the process. With that, I'd like to go on record on strong support of this project. Carpenters Union, we do believe in affordable housing. We thank all the CDC in Fenway for the great work you do. And we also encourage the use of responsible employers to build this housing. Thank you so much.
Good evening, excuse me. Madam Chair Rojas, Secretary Polhemus, Director Shen, members of the board. First of all, so nice to see you all in person, do this in person once again. It's been quite some time. But for the record, my name is Michael Burns. I'm a representative for the Sheet Metal Workers Union here in Boston. I'd like to thank Camille and the BPDA team, as always, for facilitating these meetings. Very important meetings for all stakeholders involved. Thank you to FCDC and the Planning Office for the nice presentation. And on behalf of my membership, I rise in favor of this project. Look forward to not only creating great career opportunities and apprenticeship opportunities with responsible employers for people in the trades, but also the much-needed housing stock that the city needs to continue to let our members afford to live in the city that they're helping to build. So thank you all for your time tonight. We rise in support.
Good evening, members of the board, Madam Chair, Director Chen. Mr. Landsmark, good to see you. I was here 4 years ago, the last one, the last meeting. You're getting a little grayer. We rely heavily on you. Thank you for the kind words, Mr. Director. Just a question to the developer. Do you have a preferred general contractor? You haven't yet? Nice to see you all. I rise in favor of this project. Thank you.
Shaitan Green, you can unmute yourself.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Hey, how's everyone doing this evening? I'm not in person, but I'm glad to see things are back in person. Look forward to definitely being in person on the next one. My name is Shaitan Green. I'm the business agent with the Boston Building Trades Unions. We represent over 35,000 members, with tens of thousands of members who live and work right here in Boston. Thank you for the opportunity for community voice to be heard. I strongly believe, and we strongly believe, that great careers help build even stronger communities. Any chance to, work on housing, especially affordable housing, is so rewarding because you get to build structures that are gonna be able to work and help people way past even the people building them. I like to give a shout out to Bill Grogan. I want to thank you for all the hard work that you do for the Boston population, and in partnership with our old friends at Fenway CDC. So yeah, I speak in strong support of this project, and similar to what Mike Burns said, apprenticeship opportunities and just lifting up, standards for workers is amazing because great careers help residents and people who live and work and live in this community for a long time be able to really stay in their community. So I speak in strong support of this project, and I can't wait to see it built. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Shaitan. If anybody else would like to speak, please raise your hand virtually if you are on the Zoom, or please stand at the podium. Siobhan O'Connor, you can unmute yourself.
Hi, I'm Siobhan O'Connor. I'm a resident of Our Ladies Guild House. I am concerned that we are losing half of the rooms. That's the only thing I want to say, that I think that is a disappointment because there is a shortage of housing in the city of Boston.
Thank you, Siobhan. Would anybody else like to testify about this project virtually or in person? Please raise your virtual hand. Madam Chair, this concludes the public hearing portion of this item.
Okay, thank you. We'll now move on to board questioning. Do we have any questions or comments from the board?
Thank you, Madam Chair. And obviously, I think, this is an incredibly worthwhile project. Appreciate the great work, the collaboration. Fenway CDC is among the best. But I wanted to piggyback on Ms. O'Connor's question that Councilor Durkin also alluded to, and I think back to the slide that talks about the project summary, and there will be 5 long-term residents. I assume there are more than 5 that would be interested. So what's the process to determine which 5 will be able to get one of these coveted spots? And also, can you talk a little bit more about the work with Chief Dillon, with others, to identify pathways for home ownership and pathways for homes for many of these residents? Thank you.
Yes. So the 5 members who have the rights to come back, they were part of the settlement with the AG. They were part of the original group who made this complaint to the AG that they were being pushed out. So they all have that's been determined. We have so their rents will remain the same as this escalation. So that's why they don't come under our light tech rules or anything. So those been determined. The rest will be through either a referral process. So those are the permanent supportive housing, or through a lottery process. That's how the new members will come in. So there's a 2 or 3 types of intake that's happening, and then, like any affordable housing, they'll be screened by our property managers, and then they'll come in. But that's how it's going to happen.
That's helpful, but can you maybe talk, and maybe this is for you, Rich, about other work with the residents who may not either get a lottery seat or haven't been determined, opportunities for these current residents? Just outreach conversations.
I was almost going to say counselor. Members of the board, Director Shen, Secretary Polhimus, thank you for the opportunity to talk. My name is Richard Giordano. I work at Fenway CDC. I've been there as the community organizer or planner for 11 years. I'm on a slow path to retirement. There's a long history to this building. Fenway CDC has been involved helping the tenants organize for 13 years. We worked with GBLS. There was MCAD discrimination lawsuits. There was a public charities investigation. The place was being run by a pirate management company, essentially, who was discriminating, pushing people out. They displaced dozens and dozens of tenants. We had tenant meetings over 5 to 10 years trying to help them. When Councilor Mike Ross was a councilor, he was involved in trying to help this project get stabilized. We're finally at the point where we can do it. There was some confusion at one point in the process of the fight where residents believed that they could get the building for below market sale at something like $5 million. The whole sale was overseen by the Attorney General, and it was done out of a market process, and the fair market value was $14 million. And we, Fenway CDC and the Planning Office, were put in the position then of having to bring the building up to code, make it ADA accessible, do a tremendous rehab on the process because the rooms are about 10 by 10. There are no private bathrooms. It's all common bathrooms. It's common kitchens. The entire building is not compliant and would never make it to Birdo or anything else. So between the purchase price and the rehab price and the fair market kinds of situations we were in, the rehab that we have proposed is where we're at in terms of the creating a warm, livable, sustainable building. We didn't like the idea of having to reduce the number of units. We're stuck with that because of the entire conditions we are faced with. There's no way the building can be code compliant or brought up to Birdo standards over the next 2 or 3 decades. So we will have a tremendous amount of rehab to do. And the planning office and our real estate director, Suneeth, can talk more about the relocation and our consultants and working with the counselor and Sheila Dillon about this. There are only 5 existing long-term residents who have been grandmothered in under the settlement with the Attorney General. Everyone else is in the position of either they were there at the right time and got the GIN notices, or they moved in afterwards. And I'm not the specialist on Uniform Relocation Act, so I'm not going to venture too far into that. Suffice it to say that it's been 13 years in the making, and I think this will be a tremendous project when we're done. And the rehab probably won't happen for at least another year and a half. So everyone who's there now has a pretty stable place, and we're going to work diligently with them to relocate those who come under the relocation situation. I don't know if that helps give you the context.
That helps. And to be clear, this is a project I support. Obviously, I think everyone in this room is concerned about those residents. So to hear and knowing you as I do, there'll be continued conversation, help, and supports. And with Councilor Durkin, who's been excellent in this role, I know that will continue. So glad to hear it.
Thank you.
Okay. Additional questions or comments? I did have one question. I noticed in one of the unit breakouts, there were 2 sensory units. Can you describe what that means? It was like the different types of units.
We have our architect online.
You're unmuted.
Hi, this is Laura Chelamowit from Davis Square Architects. Can you hear me?
Yeah, hi.
Hi. So the sensory units are required under MAAB, the accessibility code, and they provide additional audio and visual warning in the event of an emergency. So the only difference is the emergency devices that are placed in that unit. No change to the layout.
Okay, great. Just curious. I just want to say that I'm very supportive of the supportive housing variance that we are granting, or that we will be voting on with this project. I think this is a much needed resource in our community, and so just want to say I'm very supportive of that. And I also want to thank all the organizations and individuals who have participated in this process for over the 13 years or how long. I'm just really, always really blown away by the solidarity that the Fenway organizations really show and care for community and all for community. And I just really appreciate your advocacy and for you looking out for your neighbors. We see that in pockets of all areas of the city, but it really stands out in Fenway. And so I just want to recognize that and to thank you for, sticking with the project to get it to here today in a manner that is, going to be reflective of our community and its needs.
Through the chair.
Please.
Quick question. Hearing all the trades speak on approval of the project. I just want to know, is this a full gut rehab or more kitchen and bathroom or where needed, like when it comes to the construction side of it?
I can answer that one. So this is a substantial rehab, and because these are single room occupancy units, so they don't have any plumbing or for example in any of the units. So we're going to have to tear down the walls. What we have done the past year is taken advantage of our ownership of the building to really do some investigative work on the structural aspects, so we can keep our costs down by minimizing moving around any of the structure. But the floor plans themselves, we're going to be moving around some walls. So in terms of substantial rehab and thinking about relocation, we're going to have to empty out the entire building because of the scope of the rehab.
So everyone, not in sections or floors?
Yeah,
everyone?
Yeah. It's going to be all in one motion. It's going to be we're going to gut the building, bring it back up, and then hopefully welcome folks back in 20 months.
Thank you.
Great, thank you. Additional questions or comments? Hearing and seeing none, a motion is in order.
So moved. Second.
Roll call for a vote. Ms. Bennett?
Aye.
Dr. Landsmark?
Aye.
Mr. Shepherd?
Aye.
Mr. O'Malley?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. Motion passes. Congratulations. Good luck.
Thank you, board members.
It's a great project. Okay. Let's go back to item number 25. All right, I'm just going to start reading. Request authorization. Maybe I'll wait a little bit. Maybe I'll wait. Never mind. Oh, really?
Wow. Really?
All right, let's go ahead and move on to item number 25. Request authorization to issue a certification of approval pursuant to Article 80E Small Project Review of the Zoning Code for the proposed construction of 29 residential rental units, including 6 IDP units, 4 car parking spaces, and 42 bicycle parking spaces, located at 691 through 695 Morton Street, and to enter into an affordable rental housing agreement and restriction, and to enter into a community benefits agreement to take all related actions. Sarah.
Good evening, and thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board, Madam Secretary, and Director Shen. My name is Sarah Peck, and I'm a Development Portfolio Manager in the Development Review Division. I'm covering this evening for my colleague, Quinn Balsich, who's a Senior Project Manager who couldn't be here tonight. We're here before you today to discuss the proposed 691-695 Morton Street project. The proposed project consists of the construction of a new 6-story, approximately 25,117 gross square foot mixed-use building that will include up to 29 residential rental units, including 6 IDP units, 1,186 square feet of retail space, on-site motor vehicle and bike parking, and overall site and public realm improvements. The small project review application was filed on September 6th, 2024, which initiated a public comment period that concluded on October 25th, 2024. A public meeting was held on October 15th. At this time, I'm happy to turn it over to Ford Delvecchio from the Planning Division, of the Planning Department, to discuss the planning context for the project, followed by a presentation from the development team. Thank you.
Thank you, Sarah. Next slide, please. Good evening, Chair Rojas, Secretary Polimas, members of the board, and Director Shen. My name is Ford Delvecchio, and I'm the planning reviewer assigned to this project. Next slide, please. The proposed project aligns with the purpose of the Squares and Streets districts, which aims to support a mix of uses and identify properties like this one for infill development and housing growth. Located in the S3 Active Main Streets district, a mixed-use zone with medium-scale buildings that require active ground floor uses, the 7-story, 85-foot-tall proposed project meets the maximum height requirements while maximizing unit availability and amenity spaces. The building's massing and site plan are well suited to the property, with a 7th floor setback that reduces the building scale and complements neighboring structures. The ground floor retail space also meets the active use requirements, adding commercial opportunities and providing residents with an added amenity. With its close proximity to public transit, the proposed project is designed to reduce vehicular traffic by encouraging alternative modes of transportation, including public transit, ride shares, bicycles, and pedestrian access. The site is located along MBTA bus route 21 and 31 and within walking distance of routes 28 and 29, with stops on Blue Hill Ave. It is also less than a half mile from the Morton Street MBTA station, easily accessible on foot or by bike, and it's also a short walk to the Blue Bike station on Blue Hill Avenue at Havelock Street. Additionally, the proposed project includes 5 off-street parking spaces and 36 indoor resident bicycle parking spaces on the ground floor. Next slide, please. The Squares and Streets District reflects key recommendations from Plan Mattapan, particularly for creating mixed-use and commercial nodes and corridors. Positioned along such a corridor and within a designated node, the proposed project brings 30 new units to Mattapan in line with the plan's goals. Future residents and visitors will boost foot traffic, supporting local businesses and promoting use of nearby public transit. Additionally, the street frontage, with over 1,000 square feet of retail space on Morton Street, enhances the area's sense of place and creates a welcoming streetscape. Thank you, and I will now turn it over to the development team to present the project in more detail.
Good evening, Madam Chair, Madam Secretary, members of the board, Mr. Director, congratulations. Mike Ross from Prince LaBelle. Also just want to say, Dr. Landsmark, we're all getting a little grayer now. It's good. I'm here on behalf of my client, Salman Chaudhuri. Salman is a resident of Dorchester, and he's our principal. And I'm also here with Beth McDougall, who is the architect, who will walk you through the project. I wanted to just walk you through this slide here, this locus diagram. It shows a busy commercial corridor in which the property sits. It's a vacant 8,000 square foot double lot located in the recently created S3 Squares and Streets zoning subdistrict. The property is next to a self-service gas station, across the street from the B3 police station. It's in a mixed-use commercial area with some residents, some business, and some emerging development. We're proposing a 29-unit rental building with 6 IDP units, which would make it over 20% affordable. There's a mix of units from studios to 3 bedrooms, including 4 3-bedroom units, as well as the ground floor retail. There's exterior amenity space, solar panels, shared vehicles for tenants to use. And the project will plant 3 street trees, 6 property trees, and hundreds of bushes. This is our team's first effort through the Squares and Streets process, and it's a completely as-of-right project, meaning no zoning relief will be needed. And just for what it's worth, I just wanted to offer my appreciation to the Boston planning staff for doing an excellent job with the implementation of this new refreshing zoning regime. So I'm going to turn it over to Beth to walk us through the plans themselves. Beth?
Good evening, Madam Chair, Secretary Palamas, Director Shin, and board members. My name is Beth McDougall. The name of my firm is McDougall Architects. And if we could go to the next slide, please. So what we have created is a 6-story building with the first floor as retail, the residential amenities, parking. We have actually 3 shared spaces, 1 handicap space. We also have a community room, which is sort of on the back in the middle there, and all of our mechanical spaces. We have activated the site on the rear with seating areas, picnic benches, built-in hardscape, and a lot of softscape. We're putting in as much landscape as possible that we can fit on the site. We have an entrance on the right-hand side, which you can drive in and you can park those cars. Again, those are shared. We have the bike room with the appropriate number of bikes required. And again, we're trying to activate the street as much as possible and follow the new Squares and Streets guidelines. Next slide, please. So floors 2 through 5 are the same floor plate. There is 1 3-bedroom, 1 studio, 2 1-bedrooms, and 1 2-bedroom, if I remember correctly. I didn't bring my glasses. And so what we have is we have a total of 29 units. And if you go to the next slide, please. So the top floor, as required, anything above, I think it's 4 or 5 floors, has to be stepped back 7 feet. So if you look at the drawing up there, that is back 7 feet. So the stairs have moved in, the whole building steps back because behind us is a residential zone. Also, on our right side is residential zone. On the left side is a gas station. Next slide, please. We have created the elevation, so each unit either has a small outdoor balcony, a Juliet balcony, or a bay window to help enliven the space and make the space seem much bigger and larger and a lot more three-dimensional. Next slide, please. So these are the elevations of the building. Kind of boring in the elevation. If you go to the next slide, please. So here's the rendering of the building. As you can see, there's a three-family next door, which we have been in constant conversation with. We are going to be helping them with their landscape also. You can see the 3 trees in the front that we are planting according to the requirements. They're 25 feet apart. And again, we're going to put in as much landscape as possible according to our plan. You can see the gas station over on the left, which not a great view, but it's there. So we tried to make the building fit in with regards to proportions as much as possible, even though it is larger. But we've stepped back the corner. We have horizontal bands in that front street, the retail area, the bike storage, and the entrance for the lobby. We've tried to activate that first floor space as much as possible according to that squares and streets. And I think that's the last slide. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll now take questions or comments from the board.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Love to see the photovoltaics on the roof. I wish we saw more of them, so kudos to you all. What's the capacity? Do you know?
I don't know yet.
All right. Well, Attorney Ross, I'm sure will get back to me.
I'm happy to, Mr. O'Malley. I just want to point out, those photovoltaics came from at the behest of the city councilor, Councilor Worrell, who's a huge fan of solar.
Good.
And it's pretty much half the roof. I don't know if that helps with the calculation, but it's about half the roof.
Yeah.
We have a roof shot in the underlying materials, but we didn't put it in this presentation.
No,
sorry.
listen, it's great to see, and the more we can do that, the more we should celebrate it, so kudos to you all. And then with the shared vehicles, is that Zipcar, or is that something?
It'll be something like that. I think.
But specifically for tenants?
Yeah, for the tenants, because there's not a lot of parking spaces.
Yeah.
This was Solomon's idea. But 3 will go a long way if you share it, instead of having 3 that just certain people get. So
Yeah.
it was Solomon's idea to do that.
Well, I think that is an inspired idea, so I look forward to seeing how it progresses. That's a model that I think other multifamily, significantly larger multifamily units should emulate as well. So well done. Thank you.
Additional questions or comments? Yeah. Hearing and seeing none, a motion is in order.
So moved.
Second.
Roll call for a vote. Ms. Bennett?
Aye.
Mr. Shepherd?
Aye.
Dr. Landsmark?
Aye.
Mr. O'Malley?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. Motion passes. Congratulations, and can't wait for you guys to be my neighbors.
Thank you very much.
Okay. Item number 26. Request authorization to issue a determination waiving further review pursuant to Article 80A-6 of the zoning code in connection with the notice of project change for the 80 through 100 Smith Street project for the proposed construction of 218 residential rental units, including 33 IDP units, 87 car parking spaces, and 262 bicycle parking spaces, and execute an affordable rental housing agreement and restriction, and to enter into a cooperation agreement, and to take all related actions. Ebony.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board, Madam Secretary, and Director Shen. We are here before you today to discuss the proposed 80 to 100 Smith Street Notice of Project Change. I thank you for your time today. The proposed Notice of Project Change consists of the construction of 2 new residential buildings at 80 and 100 Smith Street, totaling approximately 202,000 gross square feet, with up to 218 rental units and 87 parking spaces. The proposed project amends the original 2005 approval, which consisted of approximately 41,300 gross square feet of renovation, approximately 239,256 gross square feet of new construction, and 71,800 gross square feet of garage construction. The notice of project change was filed on September 12, 2022. An IAG and a public meeting were held in November of 2022. On June 7th, 2023, a request for supplemental information was submitted to the proponent, and in response, the proponent filed a supplemental information document on December 12th, 2023, which initiated a public comment period that concluded on February 27th, 2024. A public meeting was held on February 13th, and 2 IAG meetings were held on February 7th and April 2nd. At this time, I am happy to turn it over to Alana Hames from the planning team to discuss the planning context for the project, followed by a presentation from the development team. Thank you.
Thanks, Ebony. Good evening, Chair Rojas, Secretary Polimas, members of the board, and Director Shen. My name is Ilana Hames, and I am the planner on this project. This site is located in the Tremont Street Community Facilities Subdistrict of the Mission Hill Neighborhood District. Zoning Article 59, governing the Mission Hill Neighborhood District, was adopted in 1996, but was not subsequently updated to reflect the later Mission Hill Citizens Advisory Committee planning process. Next slide, please. The Mission Hill Citizens Advisory Committee was established in 2001 to review and guide proposed development by the Redemptorist Fathers Mission Church and its developer, Weston Associates. In 2005, the Mission Hill Citizens Advisory Committee planning process culminated in the approval of a development plan for the church lower campus. 90 Smith Street was to be adaptively reused, and the sites of the former social hall at 80 Smith Street and former convent at 100 Smith Street were approved for replacement by new residential construction. The proposed project includes renovations to 80 and 100 Smith Street that retain the use, scale, and massing previously approved, which is consistent with the planning context established by the Mission Hill Citizens Advisory Committee process. Next slide, please. The proposed multifamily use is zoning compliant, and although the proposed height exceeds the zoning maximum of 55 feet, the proposed height remains unchanged from the project that was approved in 2005 based on the Mission Hill Citizens Advisory Committee planning process. After board approval and Zoning Board of Appeal approval of the required zoning relief, the proposed project will continue design review at the Boston Planning Department. Thank you, and I will turn it over to the development team to present the project in more detail.
Thank you, Alana. Good evening again, Madam Chair, members of the board, Secretary Polimas, Director Chen. With me is the development team, David McKay from Weston Associates, and we're also working with Rhodey Architects, Ben Wan, who will take you through the presentation. And I want to thank Ebony and the BPDA staff for guiding us through what's been a pretty extensive process of city scoping. You heard a supplemental was issued, as well as I'd like to thank the staff of the BCDC because of the scale of this development. We went through BCDC review, which also reviewed this project as it was approved in 2005. So we are proud to be able to bring this modified and improved development forward. As you heard, 218 much-needed units of, residential housing, 33 of which will be income-restricted housing for a variety of earners in a different range. As part of this process, and Ben will go through this in more detail, the project has been improved and modified, reduced in unit count, increased in affordability percentage, added with sustainability measures. And one of the things that we're very proud of is we're able to reduce the lot coverage and add more publicly accessible open space, and that's a key component here. And the final thing I'll conclude with before I have Ben take you through this is 2 years of outreach, numerous meetings with the IAG for this modified project. We greatly appreciate the time and the guidance that the IAG has provided and the support and guidance of our direct abutters. The Mission Grammar School, which directly abuts us, we have worked very closely with them to integrate traffic safety measures and the like. And we've also had the opportunity to work with the Mission Maine Task Force, which is also in the main vicinity of us, and you'll see in your board packets or in the board memo that they are included in mitigation and other measures as part of this development to ensure its appropriateness. So with this project, we will finally be able to execute on this at a time when the city obviously is in dire need of housing, but not just that, for a development that contributes to the community and makes sense for the context of the area for the future. So with that, I'll hand it to Ben to go through the presentation.
Good evening. My name is Ben Wan. I'm a principal with Rhodey Architects. Good evening, Madam Chair, Madam Secretary, Director Chen. Next slide, please. So the project is located within the Mission Church campus in Mission Hill. So in the view to the left, that's an aerial view of the campus. North is down on the slide. And we're surrounded by the Mission Hill playground to our east, which is left on the plan. The upper campus, which is to the south, is composed of the Basilica of Our Lady of Perpetual Help and the rectory for the Redemptorist Fathers and the grammar school, the Mission Grammar School, which fronts onto St. Alphonsus Street, which is that street that runs up and down on the right-hand side of the view, which is the west side of our site. The lower campus, as mentioned by the planner, is occupied by 80, 90, and 100 Smith Street. 80 was the former St. Alphonsus Hall. 90 Smith Street is the Mission School, and 100 Smith Street is the former convent. After a close work with the Boston Landmarks Commission, the 80 and 100 Smith Street were removed, demolished in fall of last year. So the views on the right-hand side show the somewhat existing condition of the site. The top showing the intersection of Smith Street and St. Alphonsus Street and the removed convent. The middle view is an existing stone retaining wall, which separates the upper campus and the Basilica from the lower campus, where our project is. And then the bottom view shows the location of the former St. Alphonsus Hall and the Mission baseball field there to the left. Next slide, please. So as mentioned, this project has a long history in the way that it's moved through the planning department. The project, as it was approved in 2005, had 229 apartments, and the current NPC project has 218. And as mentioned, formerly 90 Smith was proposed to be renovated and house apartment units. And then in the 2005 project, 80 and 100 Smith Street were new construction. In 2005, 80 Smith was proposed to be 8 stories and 100 Smith was proposed to be 14. The revised project, as it's presented to you today, is recreating that 8 stories at 80 Smith Street and 1 story shorter, 13 stories at 100 Smith Street. In addition to revisions to the program of residential, there's a significant reduction in parking, so bringing this in alignment with the city's sort of goals with transit-oriented development, dropping from 221 to 87 vehicle parking spaces. And significantly, that allowed us to remove a tray of below-grade parking, so there's much less interference with the site in the proposed design. There's also a significant increase in on-site open space. So whereas before a variance was required, now we are compliant in the amount of open space, and a lot of that's due to an increased pedestrian realm. We're improving the sidewalks, the streetscape, and a lot more landscaping space at grade. But our project is maintaining the principles of design and massing and site planning that were established by that earlier approval. It was actually established through a joint committee of the BCDC and the Boston Landmarks Commission that worked to establish the design principles that are adhered to in our current proposal. Next slide, please. So the site plan, as mentioned, makes much use of the approved footprints from the earlier approvals. So we have on this plan, north is up, St. Alphonsus Street is to your left, Smith Street is sort of left and right at the top of the page, 100 Smith Street there on the left, 90 Smith Street to remain in the center, and then 80 Smith Street at the location of the former hall on the right-hand side. So we've, through working with the BPDA, the Boston Planning Department, and with the BCDC, we've worked to simplify the massing, simplify the footprint of those buildings, and a lot of that was around maintaining view corridors from the streetscape to the existing historic campus and the Basilica. We're maintaining and improving both the Smith Street and St. Alphonsus Street streetscapes with improved street trees. There's a new blue bike station that you can see in red at the intersection of Smith and St. Alphonsus Street. And we're also improving and repairing the crosswalks to make safe crossings at all the corners from the top right, that's the intersection with Cornelia Court, a new crosswalk and ADA ramps. At the top left, the intersection of Smith and St. Alphonsus Street, new ADA curbs and bump outs crossing Smith Street and St. Alphonsus Street. And critically, in our conversations with the Mission Grammar School and the BPDA Transportation Department, we're introducing a new mid-block crossing at the southwest corner of our site, which is meant to alleviate some of the congestion that happens with the Mission Grammar School when they have drop-off and pick-up for the school. Interior to the site, though, is where we're really providing a lot of the new amenities and improvements for the program of the project. You see a lot of the green space, a lot of the curving, occupiable seat walls, is meant to be passive recreational space for the residents, but is also open to the public, so there's no barriers. It's meant to be porous. And you see that there's a surface lot that will house a number of parking spaces for the Harvard School of Public Health. That is designated as potentially usable by the neighborhood or by the Harvard School for public events or for gatherings several times throughout the year. Next slide, please. So I can move through these a little bit more quickly, but the architectural principles, as I mentioned, adhering to the agreements from the earlier design, meant taking up these buildings in their various scales, stitching them into the campus of the Mission Church and also into the neighborhood more broadly. So this slide talks about the taller building, 100 Smith, in the distance there, the blue form fitting in with the higher built fabric of St. Alphonsus Street. You see beyond that 75 and 95 St. Alphonsus have more height, and there we're allowing some of the density of the housing to occupy that more built up corridor. From there, we step down into more contextual massings that fit in with the historical character of the campus. In the foreground there in the center is 80 Smith Street. So introducing this brown tone, which is meant to evoke a masonry, which is tying into the stone, brick, and Roxbury conglomerate materials that exist on the site today. And then using the heights of our cornices to respect the highest datums of the basilica and of the existing buildings. Further introducing a sort of intermediate scale are these filled-in red regions, which are bay elements that create that residential character and feel to 80 Smith Street and creates a transition between the grandeur of the basilica and the smaller scale of Mission Main across the street. Next slide, please. These are a few site elevations and sections that put our project into context. So at the top is cut through Smith Street, seeing the thick black line which cuts through the existing 75 St. Alphonsus Street, across St. Alphonsus. Our building steps down in height and has a darker red, which is a brick base, and then a lighter red, which is a panelized material that's meant to be a part of the urban contemporary skyline. 90 Smith, as mentioned in the center, is to remain, and so is not a part of this project scope. And then 80 Smith steps farther down in height and picks up more buff tone, sand tones, that's meant to evoke the character of the removed St. Alphonsus Hall. The bottom left image shows a campus elevation cut through St. Alphonsus Street. So it's a bit faint, but you can see at the rectory, stepping down to the grammar school, there's a rhythm to that streetscape that we're building into with that dark red of the masonry, trying to stitch this building into the character of the campus. And then the bottom right image is a cut through the center of the site, showing the elevated campus and the way 80 Smith Street is respecting those cornice lines of the rectory and the basilica. Next slide, please. Putting those buildings in context, this view is on St. Alphonsus Street, closer to Huntington Ave, looking up towards Mission Hill. You can see the way that the building steps down in its height from the existing fabric, using a more contemporary material at the upper, and then using a more richly detailed brick base at the lower 3 stories. Next slide, please. Moving up St. Alphonsus Street, now you're standing at the intersection with Tremont Street. This is showing the way that the topography is working in our favor, and 100 Smith Street is stitching itself into the urban fabric at this corner of our city. Next slide, please. This is from the corner of Cornelia Court, so those Mission baseball field there is in the foreground. This is showing that more sort of natural tone of the 80 Smith Street project. We've worked with the city to change the upper material to now a slate, which is actually inspired by the roof material of the basilica, to further break down the scale of this building and stitch it into the streetscape. Next slide. And then stepping back just a bit to the Tobin School, looking across the baseball fields, understanding the scale of this 8-story building, a part of the campus, lower than the Basilica, broken down in its massing and introducing those bay windows to create that residential character before transitioning north into Mission, Maine. And with that, I can pass it back.
Right. Thank you.
Great, does that conclude the presentation?
Yes, thank you.
Questions or comments from the board?
I'll start. Thank you for that. We read extensive background on all of these projects, and there's quite a bit of opposition to this one. And so from where I sit, and, I've been on the board a year. We've probably reviewed 200 or 300 projects in that time. And I've never seen such universal opposition coming from many corners. And so I'm trying to sort of process that, and I'm inclined to take up Councilor Durkin's suggestion to allow a bit more time to sort of work some more of this out with the community. I recognize that you have made those efforts. I can see some concrete things that have changed in recent months. But and we review a lot of projects where there's some opposition, and it's easy to tell that there are unreasonable things being asked of the developer. I don't see that here, and I don't see a compelling reason to approve for the public good in the face of the opposition that's been voiced. It seems like there have been many reasonable things put on the table that have to do with, bumping up the affordable percentage a little bit. You can use voucher units so it doesn't hurt your budget. Looking at the mix so that it's not quite as geared towards what may become students. And I don't know if there's been discussion of at least prohibiting undergrads in the building. That seems like from that neighborhood, those are reasonable things. The construction mitigation requests seem very reasonable, and I do understand communities that want to see those things codified at this stage rather than waiting for the construction management plan, because that has not always served communities well. So, from what I'm looking at, it just seems that there are a number of things that with a little more time could be resolved. I don't have the housing. We need housing, and I have no objection to dense housing. And it seems like it's come some way, but that there's still some work to do. That's just where I.
I wonder if I could answer just to kind of put it into perspective, and I respect that. So, Councilor Durkin, the process has been about 4 years. We started, as you indicated, or Ebony indicated, we filed the notice of project change in September of 2022. 2 years before that, we began doing outreach, right? So there's been a lot of discussions. At that point, Kenzie Bach was the city councilor, and then Councilor Durkin was elected, and we've worked with her. Councilor Durkin asked us to do 3 things. She asked us to work with Mission Grammar, which is a direct abutting grammar school right there. She asked us to increase the affordability, on-site affordability of the IDP, and she asked us to look at traffic safety measures along Smith Street. We agreed to do all 3 of those. This was after extensive process, multiple IAG, public meetings, BCDC. We were issued to a supplemental, effectively a scoping, right, that took us offline, further meetings after that. So I don't think it is correct it would not be correct to suggest that we did not come back. They were reasonable requests, and we were able to do them. So, for example, the IDP, we were able to increase that to the 33 units, which is quite a bit. It's going to help a lot of families and individuals at 15%. But we also know that the city has 30,000 units that are sitting there not being built because folks made deals that don't work today. And so the balance that we were trying to strike is to increase that as aggressively as we can, but also do it in a responsible way so that we can build this project. And we've gone through pretty detailed pre-con exercises and the like. So this is not something that we came at lightly. So we are proud that we're able to deliver 33 units. I can say that in this current market, a delay would not help because we cannot go any further and actually get it built. If we want to put these 218 units in the pile of 30,000, that's what's going to happen unless things get better, and none of us have a crystal ball. Then most recently, we were asked to interface with Mission Maine. Mission Maine had an IAG member on the project that unfortunately didn't come to a lot of the meetings. Having said that, we reached out to them first. We worked with them. Now Director Bach interfaced with us and asked us to do more for the Mission Maine Task Force, which you'll see in the board memo that we also agreed to do because, again, we find it reasonable as well. With respect to traffic calming measures, and you'll see this in the presentation, speed bumps on Smith Street, and finally, for construction management, Ebony was nice enough to suggest language as of yesterday that we included in the board memo for construction management, both with Mission Maine and in working with the Missing Church. Final thing I'll say, and I'm sorry to go on so long, but this is important. It's been a long slog for everyone, is we have an opportunity to continue to work through the process on all these things that we agreed to, right? Whether it be construction management, but at this stage, and as you heard, the project is less than what was approved from the original zoning. Zoning hasn't changed. MFR is allowed. Density has gone down. Affordability has gone up. We think it's feasible. I looked through the support letters, the non-opposition. A lot of them are from folks in the neighborhood, but we were able to get there with our direct abutters. Most importantly, Mission Grammar, which submitted a letter of support you have in your files, and through Director Bach and former Councilor Bach, most recently working in concert with Mission Maine. So a long answer, but a lot of work to get to this place. And we think they're reasonable asks, and we've addressed them the best that we can. I can't guarantee that we can do more. And I think after 4 years of work and a scoping and a BCDC approval, we brought it to a head. And having said that, construction management, other things forward, which are included, we will continue to work on that. And we think this is a really good project, and it was when you approved it originally.
Thank you, I appreciate that. I do think somehow working out something that gives the Mission Maine organization and residents more comfort at this stage that you will continue, in fact, to work with them. I don't, clearly from what we've seen, they're not there. And I think that is a huge constituency that, if not trust, at least earn the support.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Are you moving that this be tabled?
Well, I'd love to hear the other comments, but that would probably be my move, yes.
I think it'd be good to just go through questions, because I still have questions. Anybody have questions? Okay. So I'll go there. So similar to my fellow board member here, some of the letters and particularly the ones that we received today had some concerning language in there, and I want to be fair. So from a residential perspective or somebody in the neighborhood, describe being treated and being mistreated and disrespected in this process. And in addition, it also coming from a city agency that, this hasn't been the most collegial interaction with the community. So can you describe your firm's approach to engaging with the community? How are people trained? Who is presenting? How we go about this matters just as much in my perspective. So I want to get a sense and of how do you engage and how did you engage?
Yeah, so this is the BPD's process, not ours, right? I don't know if you want to hear from Ebony, but I can tell you from our group and our practice, I've been doing this for 25 years. Sean Curran, my colleague who worked on the development team, the very first thing we did, we talked about Mission Main, and you're right, very important constituency. Very first thing Sean did was met with Willie Pearl from Mission Main, and she was on the IG, and again, for whatever reason, did not make any of the meetings. It was just brought to our attention through Administrator Bach that perhaps we should do mitigation for the Mission Main Task Force. Again, there was a component in the 2005 approvals, 2005 approvals, that provided mitigation to Mission Main as well. So I can tell you that we've had, and Ebony can speak to this, but in your packet you can see there have been numerous meetings in addition to the required BPDA process, right? I have deep respect for all of the neighbors. Some of the IAG members supported this project in 2005, but don't today. And nothing's changed. Nothing has changed, except it's gotten better. It's sustainable, it's got less units, it's no taller, and what has changed, it's got more open space, less lot coverage, and improved design, but what has changed is we have a housing crisis. And so we do see this as an approved project, or at least the BPDA does, through the NPC process. Michael Canizzo, who was at this agency for a number of years, was part of the process with the BCDC. We brought it back through the BCDC. They helped to make it better. So there's a lot of good work that's gone into this, and the respect for the community, I don't know if there's more that I can tell you with our approach and with Sean has been to reach out, to listen to folks. I do think, I can't speak for them, but I do think there was some uncomfortableness about the BPDA's virtual only. So for me, right, I do not control the BPD's process. So, and then there's a meeting that's hosted that, is it organized from the city? Is it not organized from the city? And so you asked the right question, and I know Director Shen has been leading the reforms, and you're looking at these things. But maybe that's one of the items is how we make Article 80, a little more thorough in that regard. But from our end, we've done everything we could, and we continue to, right? And so it was a little, Councilor Durkin asking for a continuance is different than the last conversation we had with her. And I respect her position, and we're here asking for your review. But I do think we have been very respectful, very thorough, and if we're instructed to do more through the reform process, we'll obviously do that. But it hasn't been a situation where we're looking to do the bare minimum and disrespect anyone, and that's why with Mission Main, that's where we started.
Okay. Where do you think that, how would you describe the tenor of the meetings and and these conversations? I just some of these, again, we're really concerned and concerning in how, in the treatment of residents. So I'm just trying to get a sense of, and we have lots of projects that follow the same process, and they don't come back with comments like people being mistreated, being disrespected. trying to gather. But I'm trying, what has been your perception of how the tenor has gone in these meetings?
So I was not part of the original approvals. It is the same development team. There may have been other properties in the neighborhood that they owned or whatever, and how they were dealt maybe wasn't well received by some folks, including people that serve on the IAG for this and supported a more dense development that you approved in 2005 that we've since improved, right? So that's a sense that I have, right? And I respect, listen, it's their neighborhood. We're guests here, but Weston has been a guest here for quite some time, and we know in property development that working with the most closely affected neighbors is paramount, right? And so we did spend a lot of time with the Mission Grammar School. I think in their letter, they're not suggesting that we were disrespectful. In fact, we got to a good place with them, and we tried. There are some projects that, and again, I can't speak to 2005, but there is a sentiment with some folks that there's no middle ground. In other words, we were never asked, we talk about the height. There's a lot of conversation about the height. It's too tall. It wasn't too tall in 2005 when it was approved, and the height hasn't changed, right? In fact, it's gotten better. Okay, but there was never any, could you take a story off? Could you do this? It was build what was there before, which is the same thing as saying, go away, we don't want to see this happen. And sometimes with projects you have that. If there's no way to compromise, it's very difficult to come to any common ground. But to the extent that we've been asked to do that, we have responded. Councilor Durkin said, do 1, 2, 3. We'll do that. When Administrator Bach says, do more here, we'll do that. And I think also, you look at those letters, there are support. There's support. There's a lot of folks that I think are not comfortable participating, especially with Zoom and in a small neighborhood when there's a sentiment like that. We've spent a lot of time with our friends in the trades, many of whom live in this neighborhood, who have been waiting to be a part of this development. We think that's an important component for us. And we do think that Mission Main is very important. That's why Sean got to them early, and that's why we agreed to further mitigation with them and participating with them going forward.
Through the chair.
Please.
So listening to everything right now and definitely listening to your answers, it sounds like you're in a tough position trying to deal with a project that would provide housing and trying to deal with a tight-knit community as well. When it comes to your direct abutters, if this was to be tabled, since I did hear something on that line right now, what could you do between now and the next meeting, whenever it is to be brought back to our table? What could you do you think, to help bring sides together? And like I said, I did hear it sounds pretty difficult, but what do you think you could do, or your team?
For the affordable housing, for example, we have increased that, right? And we did that based on not just, really looking at hard numbers, because in all sincerity, we think this is a buildable project today, right? And we all see ones that aren't going forward. I don't think we're going to be able to get any further on that. We were asked to go further, and we looked further at that, but we're at a breaking point right now. With respect to the affordability, I would defer to this board with respect to height. Again, I can't speak for the opposition, but that's been a big discussion. Again, it was approved in 2005, went through 2 rounds of BCDC and scoping. The other thing that was brought up was construction management. And remember, obviously you understand this being in building trades, it is something that happens because it has to be based on real plans. If you got to put together a construction management plan, it's only conceptual if you don't have MEPs, mechanicals, and real defined plans, and this is how it's going to work. Having said that, we are obligated in the board memo, should we have the pleasure of this board approving us, and as Ebony drafted it, to continue to work, to appoint a person, to have routine communications with Mission Main, to continue to work with Mission Grammar and the community as a whole. I keep mentioning Mission Grammar and Mission Maine because they are closest affected, and that's where a lot of our work was done. So thank you.
Additional questions or comments?
Just one, Madam Chair. You keep mentioning the.
Yep.
So sorry. Thank you, Chief. Why wasn't the project done in 2005 when it was approved?
So thank you, Member O'Malley. As in Boston, we wrote the zoning code in 1967 and we haven't overhauled it. And this current board is doing a good job of looking at that. So everything needs a variance. We received an aggrieved party suit from a woman in the neighborhood who has since passed, but had a pattern of filing aggrieved party suits. And so that takes the project offline, right? We were approved by the BPDA board, we were approved by the ZBA, we got an aggrieved party, goes to the Superior Court, it dies because you can't pull a permit under the ordinance. That gets settled. 2008 is called the Great Recession or Great whatever it is, but very difficult. And at that point, and I think this is an important point, there are 3 buildings. The original approval was for all 3. In the middle time, they were able to reposition during this time the middle building, which is now the Harvard School of Public Health. So they were able to kind of still move forward with some stabilization of the site, and there we are now coming back at this, again, 4 years ago in 2020, and even before then, meeting with David and the team and seeing how this can be done. So it's taken a while, but there have been intervening factors, and we think there's been a lot of work that's been put into it by this agency, by the BCDC, by the city, by the IAG. I know there are people that aren't happy, but they've made this better. So, thank you.
Additional questions, comments? Well, so with, we deeply respect our city councilors and leadership at the BHA with Director Bach. Again, very rarely do I get these types of comments, and it appears that there doesn't seem to be much trust, between people, because you are relatively close on a lot of these items. However, yeah, I'm still concerned with the how this has gone, how the engagement with the community, how the engagement with the leaders of the city has been, and I'm moving to honor the request that we received today from Director Bach to table this. Again, I think that you're really close, but I do want to say, somehow trust needs to be rebuilt here, and change kind of moves at the speed of trust. And my desire is that this next month, should we table it, is that that trust building continues, and come to some kind of resolution, or to get to just not be in this space with this much with this much opposition, and look, I'm not anti-density or height. I remember this project. I remember approving it and all of that. What is deeply disturbing to me are the comments on how people have been treated. And because, you know, this was received today, I don't feel like I have enough information to really understand where that middle ground is and whether or not this is ready. So with that, I am making a motion to table this item until a time to be determined later.
Second.
Okay. Second would be, all right. Roll call for a vote. Ms. Bennett.
Aye.
Mr. Shepherd.
I am very torn. I vote present.
Okay. Dr. Landsmark.
Aye.
Mr. O'Malley.
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. Motion passes. We look forward to seeing you again soon.
Thank you for the opportunity.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Item number 27. Request authorization. Enter into, we have it 1 second.
This is where you use the gavel.
I know, but it just. All right. Item number 27. Request authorization to enter into an affordable housing agreement in connection with the proposed creation of one IDP homeownership unit located at 2 through 6 Reedfield Place and take all related actions. Andy.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Director Shen, Secretary Paul Hemus, members of the board. I'm Andy Feldman, Housing Policy Manager with the Mayor's Office of Housing. Tonight, I'm here to request your vote on an affordable housing agreement for the development at 2 to 6 Reedfield Place in Roxbury. This development is building 7 homeownership units, and while it didn't trigger Article 80 due to its size, the project team is voluntarily restricting 1 unit as income restricted. Therefore, the vote in front of you tonight will allow the agency to enter into an agreement to dedicate this unit under the inclusionary development policy at 110% of AMI. Happy to answer any questions that you may have, and thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any questions or comments from the board? Hearing and seeing none, a motion is in order.
So moved.
Roll call for a vote. Ms. Bennett. Aye. Dr. Landsmark.
Aye.
Mr. Shepherd.
Aye.
Mr. O'Malley.
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. Motion passes. Thank you, Andy. Item number 28, request authorization to issue a scoping determination waiving further review pursuant to Article 80B, large project review of the zoning code for the proposed construction of 70 residential rental units, including 12 IDP units, 84 bicycle parking spaces, and 1,944 square feet of commercial space located at 49 through 51 D Street, to enter into an affordable rental housing agreement and restriction, and to enter into a cooperation agreement and take all related actions. Tyler.
Good evening. Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board, Secretary Polimus, and Director Sheen. My name is Tyler Ross. I'm a Senior Project Manager in the Development Review Department. The proposal before you is the 4951 D Street project, an Article 80 large project located in the South Boston neighborhood. On May 30th, 2024, the developer filed a project notification form for the project. The proposed project consists of the construction of a 9-story mixed-use building, approximately 73,472 square feet, comprising of 70 units and just under 2,000 square feet of retail space, on the ground floor, and 0 parking spaces. The project will also provide 70 bicycle spaces for residents, 17% affordable housing on site, equaling 12 IDP units ranging from 50% AMI to 90% AMI. The project also just committed over $200,000 in community benefits and mitigation. Additionally, the BPDA hosted 3 IAG and public meetings, June 19th, 2024, June 20th, 2024, and August 7th, 2024, all of which were well attended and advertised in local newspapers. The proponent also worked with the Impact Advisory Group members to come up with a robust community benefits and mitigation package. Now with that, I will turn it over to Alana from the Planning Division to discuss the planning context for the project before Eric from the development team begins the presentation. Lastly, I want to say thank you to the members of the public, elected officials, and city agencies who helped review the proposed 4951 D Street project. Thank you.
Thanks, Tyler. Good evening, Chair Rojas, Secretary Polimas, members of the board, and Director Shen. My name is Ilana Hames, and I'm the planner assigned to this project. Next slide, please. The proposed project is located in a restricted manufacturing M2 subdistrict in the South Boston neighborhood. The proposed project is also located in the coastal flood resilience and restricted parking overlay districts. Residential use in manufacturing districts are subject to the lot area, width, open space, and yard requirements of the nearest residential district in the base code. In the case of this proposed project, this is an H1 district. In addition to H1 applicability, staff review was guided by Plan South Boston Dorchester Avenue, colloquially known as Plan.Av, adopted by BPDA board in December 2016. Next slide, please. The plan addresses a study area extending from the Broadway MBTA station south to Divine Way along Dorchester and Old Colony Avenues. Plan.Av recommends an increase in residential use throughout the study area, including activated ground floor amenities within mixed-use corridors in a manner consistent with this proposed project. The expanded sidewalk and streetscape set forth by the proponent also directly support the green link proposed in Plan.Av that would extend across D Street between Dorchester Avenue and Old Colony Avenue. Plan South Boston Dorchester Avenue Transportation Plan is a corresponding mobility plan to Plan.Av focused on improved safety and mobility for all modes and related transportation corridor design improvements in the study area. The transportation plan calls for complete streets improvements to this segment of D Street, and development plans submitted by the proponent advance this vision. The design of the proposed development incorporates an improved interim condition that provides flexibility as the design of D Street is planned to evolve in accordance with Plan.Av transportation plan and potential future development changes. Next slide, please. While this project does not meet the open space per dwelling unit requirements set forth by the zoning code, the open space and recreation plan for the city of Boston recognizes that, quote, meeting the minimum usable open space per dwelling unit zoning requirement on site has become a challenge in densely developing neighborhoods like South Boston. This puts pressure on existing parkland in the area. The proposed development seeks to add some relief to this pressure by installing a pocket park on the proposed development site. For a site that is presently entirely hardscape, this plan demonstrates a marked improvement to permeability of the surface as well as an increase in green space. The added cooling effects of a pocket park, as well as the proposed addition of trees to the road's center line and sidewalks, would aid in cooling an area identified by Heat Resilience Solutions for Boston as particularly susceptible to extreme heat effects of climate change. The potential for water infiltration in the new green space and uptake by the proposed trees is important to the area, which has been identified as at risk for flooding as soon as 2030 during the 50% chance design thunderstorm, according to the Boston Water and Sewer Inundation Model. Next slide, please. The Coastal Flood Resilience Overlay District requires new construction meet resilient design standards. These standards include elevating the ground floor of the building above the base flood elevation, or BFE, for the year 2070, and limiting the uses that can be located below the design flood elevation, or DFE. The regulatory BFE for this site is 18 feet Boston City base, and for the uses specified in this project, 1 foot of freeboard is required, such that the ground floor of the proposed development has a DFE of 19 feet. The proposed project aligns with resilient design standards by extending this and elevating the ground floor to 20 feet. After board approval and Zoning Board of Appeal approval of the required zoning relief, the proposed project will continue design review at the Planning Department. Thank you, and I will turn it over to the development team to present the project in more detail.
Good evening, Eric Robinson, Rhodey Architects. Next slide, please. So 49 to 51 D Street, we believe, represents an amazing opportunity to be one of the first developments that's going to link the Old Colony to Dorchester Avenue in this area. Next slide, please. As you can see, it's about a 14,500 square foot site that's located not quite mid-block, but one parcel behind the Speedway gas station, but also represents a moment on D Street that has been explained and talked about a lot in the planning study as it relates to view corridors and also the potential for a transition of the D Street realignment onto Dorchester Avenue as On the Dot and other larger scale developments start to happen on the other side of Dorchester Avenue. Next slide. I'll skip through the zoning summary. Next slide. So this is the current existing condition of the site. So it's a two-story brick building that's basically vacant at this time. So we're looking forward to revitalizing this site and setting a new precedent for this area in terms of its development. Next slide. So as I mentioned in the bottom right corner, that's the diagram from the Dorchester Avenue study, where you can see the larger scale buildings that are in progress in terms of their approvals on the other side of Dorchester Avenue. And we are sitting in between the crux and the triangle between Old Colony and D Street. And seeing this really as it's a 200-foot height zone, but in our minds as designers and planners, thinking that that's a little tall for this zone, so we're really using this building as a transitional moment, as you can see in the upper slide, from the finer grain of South Boston over to the larger scale buildings on the other side of Dot Ave, and we'll bridge that gap with our building. Next slide. So a little hard to see here, but this is just our build-up slide of how we're starting to think about the architecture and the building on the site. So as mentioned, upper left, the site area, we're raising the first floor by 4.5 feet above the sidewalk, which is an interesting design challenge nonetheless. And then we're extending up the volume of the building to adhere to the new podium height in this area for the Dot Ave study to 90 feet. So the building height is actually at 94 feet. And then we're setting back to open up the site to be 40% open to the sky. And then we're carving our building at that potential new change of alignment of D Street, carving the building back to open up the pocket park so it'll have more natural light and actually be something that can be enjoyed all year round. Next slide. So as you can see on the upper left, the pocket park is anchoring the corner. That is, again, on the alignment of the future D Street, providing a lot of outdoor space, almost 6,000 square feet of outdoor space around the site. And then we're anchoring that pocket park with a 2,000 square foot retail space that will also help to activate that corner as well as the street. And then we are creating a really robust public streetscape from the curb toward our site with new street trees, elevated bike lane, sidewalk, and then we're also actually creating some green space along that edge of our urban street as well. Next slide. A lot of thought has gone into the pocket park on such a tight site. We're able to manage that pretty well, and we're excited about the new activity that we'll be creating along a street that is really not known for its pedestrian connection, but will be in the future as we see other developments happening in this area for the connection to the South Boston residential neighborhood, as well as some of the new businesses and businesses that are showing up along Old Colony. Next slide. So here, just a series of renderings as you start to look down from the different perspectives. So this is looking down D Street toward South Boston from Dorchester Avenue side, and you can see how we're eroding that corner to create the pocket park on the edge. Next slide. It's viewed from Old Colony with the gas station in the foreground, and then sort of setting that view toward the larger developments on the other side of Dorchester Avenue. Next slide. Enhancing the quality of the public space in the street realm with both the residential entry there on the left with the wood surround, as well as the street trees and open space on the sidewalk. Next slide. So the materials we're looking at, a metal skin that will have accents of wood with a little bit of a reference to the industrial area with some infill corrugated metal panels. So we're excited about the the forward-looking future design of this in terms of setting the precedent there. Next slide. And just the last view of that pocket park and how it will really be connected to that retail space to allow for outdoor dining or extension of that ground floor plane with the 4.5-foot elevation change of all the residential uses tucked behind. So it really doesn't feel like it's has an awkward relationship to the streetscape. I think that's it. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Questions or comments from the board? Beautiful pocket park. I really like that. Great landscaping. But aside from its beauty, I appreciate the intentionality that you had with the public realm and kind of creating that extensive connector piece that I'm sure someone will build off, in the future. But doing that so well to kind of change the way that area feels. And I can see it being, again, lived in, and it's not awkward. And that's always some of the concern we have with some of these big buildings with lots of units. What's life going to be like there, right? And I can definitely picture what that's going to be like with the way that you've activated the ground floor park and we're very intentional about the public realm. So anyway. Questions or comments? Hearing and seeing none, the motion is in order.
So moved.
Second.
Roll call for a vote. Ms. Bennett?
Aye.
Mr. Shepherd?
Aye.
Dr. Landsmark?
Aye.
Mr. O'Malley?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. Motion passes. Thank you. Congratulations. Good luck.
Appreciate it.
Okay. I don't know. This is about the time of the meeting when I start getting a little loopy. Yeah. Okay. All right, item number 30. Request authorization to delegate authority to the Office of the General Counsel to respond on behalf of the Boston Redevelopment Authority doing business as the Boston Planning and Development Agency to the open meeting law complaint filed on October 15th, 2024 regarding the alleged failure to give adequate public notice on the October 10th, 2024 board meeting and file an answer with the complainant and the Commonwealth of Massachusetts Office of the Attorney General and to take all related actions. Lisa.
Good evening, Madam Chair, Director Shen, members of the board, Secretary Paul Hemus. The summary says it all. I'm here before you tonight to ask for authority to respond to an open meeting law complaint that we received in October, alleging that we did not provide adequate notice of the October board meeting. Per the procedure, the board is to meet and delegate authority. If you so wish for me to respond, I will respond to the complainant and to the Attorney General's office, and they will direct us appropriately.
Thank you. Any questions or comments from the board? Would love if you could respond for us. Don't have that time or expertise, but yes. Here, any? So moved.
Second.
Roll call for a vote.
Aye.
Ms. Bennett?
Aye.
Mr. Shepherd?
Aye.
Dr. Landsmark? Mr. O'Malley?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. Motion passes. Thanks. Item number 31, contractual. I need a motion to pay the bills.
I move that we pay our bills.
I second that.
Okay. Let's see how it turns out. Roll call for a vote.
Enthusiastic aye.
Ms. Bennett. Okay. Dr. Landsmark.
Aye.
Mr. Shepherd.
Aye.
Mr. O'Malley.
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. Motion passes. Please pay the bills. And finally, director's updates. Mr. Shen, Dr. Shen, the floor is yours.
Good evening, members of the board. First of all, I'm delighted to be sitting here with you, working with you, and delighted actually that this first board meeting for me has gone very smoothly. As many of you know, I've had already a previous stint here in City Hall. I'm returning, but what I've discovered in already just the first month of my service is that it's not the same place. I'm delighted to say that I've been really energized by the incredible staff, very young compared to when I was first here. And I think also that there's been a kind of, I've been greeted by many people welcoming me back, and they said, well, you're returning to someplace that you're familiar with. And I have to say that I've discovered also that the place has changed, my role has changed. So I feel like I'm learning to do a very different job. I'm delighted that I'm working with you. I also know that when I was here last, my daughter was 5 years old, and I took her to many of these community meetings that helped me sort of earn some trust from the neighborhood groups. She's now 15, and I would say that I've learned a lot in the ensuing years. And as many of you know, I've been teaching at MIT, and one of the things I've learned over the years teaching there is actually to listen more, to actually be able to see myself in a role of mentoring many of the staff that we have and the students that have. In fact, I just want as a footnote that Sunith John from the Fenway CDC was one of my first students when I first started teaching at MIT, and it's really delight for me to be able to see him embedding himself in the city and doing good work. So those are. I also want to, of course, thank the mayor for actually giving me this opportunity to come and serve the city again. And I look forward to working with all of you to continue that work. I understand that part of my role is to actually summarize some of the things that we've seen today. Obviously, were 6 new development projects that you voted to approve today. 273 new residential units desperately needed by our city. 156 income restricted units, which is 57% of the approvals that you did today. The total development cost and investment that we'll see from these projects is just below $150 million. And then the gross square footage is very, very close to 260,000 square feet. So, and of that, 215,000 square foot of residential square footage that was approved today. When constructed, and I know that we are very much in the business of creating jobs, this will lead to about 240 new trades jobs for our trades, 7 direct jobs and 119 indirect jobs. And tonight, of course, the highlight, of course, are 3 affordable projects. And half of the residential developments approved tonight were income restricted. The bulk of them, of course, was the Fenway CDC project at 20 Charles Gate West and 279 to 283 North Harvard Street. The Charles Gate project, of course, that generated a lot of conversation tonight will house 86 new income restricted housing units, and the building will be brought into environmental compliance. You heard mentioned several times tonight how important it is that this reinvestment in this project will bring the project up to Berthold standards, which otherwise would not be able to happen. And then, of course, the North Harvard Street project is entirely income restricted and age for the elderly, which is something desperately needed, and we continue to see that need increase. I have to say that I did many of the Harvard-Alston task force meetings on the other side in the Honan Library, and I've always looked across afterwards at the end of the meeting when we're having these meetings with the neighborhood across the church, which I thought architecturally was a really interesting church, one of the shingle-style churches that you see in our city. And so it's so great for me to see it now being redeveloped and really becoming another new center for that neighborhood. Of course, I can't end without thanking the staff and the community working to get these projects through. I also want to acknowledge, of course, this is the first hybrid meeting, and this wouldn't have been possible without the Secretary's office, Teresa, and of course, Brigitte, for your great work. And I think by all accounts, it's happened seamlessly. And of course, the IT staff, the language access team, Do It, and the cable team, procurement, and everybody else who helped sort of install all of these equipment to make this kind of hybrid board meeting possible. And so thank you for all of you who are involved behind the scenes for making this happen seamlessly. I think what I saw today was a genuine enthusiasm for people returning to the in-person component of this meeting. I got to say hello to many of the people that I remember being regulars at our board meeting, and I wonder, they probably missed it more than anybody else. So, and I think that hopefully with this hybrid setup, that the board meetings will reach even a greater audience and include people who have often felt like that they could not come here in person, so that we're actually broadening the kind of engagement, which is one of the tenets of the planning department. And so we hope that this kind of format, this hybrid format, allows for the kind of participation and engagement that we hope to continue. And I thank you for your service and for a great board meeting. So thank you very much.
Great, thank you. All right, so that was the last agenda item. I now need a motion to adjourn this meeting.
So moved.
Roll call for a vote. Ms. Bennett?
Aye.
Mr. Shepherd? Aye. Dr. Landsmark?
Aye.
Mr. O'Malley?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. Motion passes. Meeting adjourned. All right, see everybody.